All good? I can see on my side, it says it's now streaming live. So we good? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Representative Charlotte Warren, and it is Wednesday, March 3rd, and I'm going to start by having committee members introduce themselves, and I'll start with Senator Searway.
Hi, good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township. Thank you.
Next, I'll go to Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Costain, which I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Newport, Corinna, Plymouth, and Dixmont.
Great. And next up, we have Representative Lookner.
Good morning. I'm Representative Grayson Lookner here in Portland, District 37, by the Jetport and the Fore River.
And Representative Pickett.
Good morning. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent District 116 in the House, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Representative Pluker.
Hi, Representative Pluker here, living in Warren. I live in Warren. I represent Hope Appleton and part of Union. Thanks so much, everyone.
And Representative Newman.
Yes, I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vianette, and Wayne.
And Representative Sharp.
I'm Braden Sharp from District 46, which is Durham, North Yarmouth, and Potapawla.
Representative Rudnicki. Representative Reckitt. Okay, we'll have others introduce themselves a bit later. So again, I'm Charlotte Warren. I represent Hollowell, Manchester, and West Gardner in the House. And we're joined by our criminal justice and public safety staff. Jane Orbiton is our analyst, and Deb Fay is our clerk. So thank you. So first up today, we're going to start with Senator Trey Stewart's bill, which is LD 28. And I'm going to give Deb a chance to bring over Senator Stewart. And if there are interested parties, do you want me to ask that, Deb? If you're working or interested in LD 28, please raise your hand so Deb can move you over with us here as a panelist. Great. And I see that Senator Stewart is here. So yes, Jane, would you like to begin by sharing with us about the bill?
Yes. Deb, you want to bring over Brody Hinckley to, okay, that's all I know who are interested in this bill. This is LD 28, an act to create an alert system to notify the public when a person with an intellectual or developmental disability is missing. This bill has already been worked once, and it was tabled in order to give Brody Hinckley from the Maine State Police and the interested parties time to work with the sponsor on a suggestion to broaden the bill to include adults and minors, intellectual disabilities, developmental disabilities, and cognitive issues. And so I have from them a proposed amendment. I sent it to you once. Do you want me to put it up on share screen?
That would be great if you could do that. Thank you. I don't see Senator Stewart. Is he, and maybe he wasn't able to join us this morning, but if he's in, oh, I see that he raised his hand. So he must be in the over there. So Deb will deal with that. Thank you, Deb. Yeah, if you could share screen, that would be great.
Okay. I didn't see my just plain amendment, so, no, I'm sorry, that's not it. Let me back out and look forward, and Senator Stewart and Brody Hinckley have been involved in this. So while I look for it, why don't they explain to you what they asked me to write?
Wonderful. Good morning, Senator. Would you like to start, or would you like to have Mr. Hinckley start?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'll be brief. Just from a high level, what the amendment does is essentially rolls in, per our last conversation with the committee, the goal of rolling it in with the silver alert and having a different set of questions baked into that would be encompassing of the scenarios which we have laid out to try to avoid in terms of missing persons and may have some other extenuating circumstances going on that would make it particularly dangerous for them to be missing. So I think that the language pretty much speaks for itself. It's pretty straightforward. Happy to defer to Mr. Hinckley and any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Stewart before we hear from Mr. Hinckley? Yes, Representative Reckitt.
Hi, Trey. My question, I'm just reading the definition of missing endangered person in the amendment. And it looks to me like what I'm thinking about would indeed be covered. I'm thinking of times when victims of domestic violence have gone missing, and this, and they either don't or don't search. But I mean, the issue is that would be included in this definition, I would think. Is that true?
Well, I guess it would depend on the other
circumstance. Yeah.
The other circumstances in their life, and maybe if they had a disability that would make it particularly dangerous for them to be missing, or some other circumstance. And maybe Mr. Hinckley can help out with that answer. And I don't know either. For comparison, I think Mr. Hinckley would probably be able to better explain the okay, here we go. Are you talking about section 2A?
Yes.
Endangered persons, right? So I will defer to Mr. Hinckley of whether or not that definition would match up with other places in statute. I suspect it does, but I don't want to speak out of turn on that.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hinckley.
Yeah, we don't really have anything specific for that category. They do have certain resources for those type of things, but nothing for a public alert on something like that. But if they do fall under the definition of the missing endangered person on 2A, then yes, they would.
And I see Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't catch the last thing that Mr. Hinckley said, but in the definition, the part where it says because of environmental or weather conditions or because of being missing and dangerous, unexplained, involuntary or suspicious circumstances, the dangerous word there, and suspicious I think kind of points toward what Representative Reckitt is trying to say, that somebody in a situation there in a domestic violence type thing, that those words might, and I don't know what Mr. Brinkley has to say about that, and Hinckley has to say about that, but it would seem that would kind of be covered in there.
Yeah, if the circumstances are under and falls under that, absolutely it would, yes.
Senator Searway.
Yes, I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Senator Stewart if there was a plan after this, if this gets approved, if you're going to have all parties involved in getting this off the ground, if you have a meeting type thing you're gonna set up to get that going.
Madam Chair, may I answer that question? Thank you. Well, yes, we've been in contact. Obviously it starts with the department, and Mr. Hinckley's here to help with that. And from that point on, I believe, well, when the law is changed generally each year, there's typically stakeholders and interest groups that send out updates as to what changed in the law to inform other stakeholders. And so that would be a component. More than happy to, send out a memorandum or work with the department on sending out a memorandum to the local agencies to make sure that they are aware of what's going on. I will also say that this bill has picked up a lot of interest in the press and the media since the time of the public hearing until now. And it's gotten some good coverage in that regard. And so if it does go forward, then I think the general public is starting to become aware of it as well, in addition to law enforcement.
Just as a follow-up, can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just, I've done Blue Alert, and I think it was really helpful when we got agencies together to go over it and see how they were going to handle it, in those situations and whatever. And it was good talk, and also everybody was prepared for it when it did happen. So I didn't know if that might be something to look at. I just was asking if you had anything in plan for that. That's all.
Sure. So long as the bill passes, the first step is if it passes. If it doesn't pass, then it's sort of a moot point. But if it does, then certainly we can work with those different agencies and departments across the state to make sure that they are aware of the change.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I like the idea that the last sentence there that talks about a suspicious circumstance as determined by a local law enforcement agency. I know that was part of the issue when we had the regular hearing. There's questions on that, and so also in the last work session. But I think the bill has come around, and it's a good bill, and I would like to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
I'd second it.
So we have a motion by Representative Pickett, ought to pass as amended, seconded by Senator Searway. More discussion, and I see Representative Reckitt. Oops, you're on mute.
I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with Representative Pickett about his issue, but I also wanted to mention that we should not forget that were this to pass, the police academy should be notified that because of that final sentence, it should be part of the yearly update that the academy does for officers. So it'd be easy to forget because it's in a different place than other things they might look for.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I think that's a really good point. Whose job is it to make sure that happens? Would that be something, Mr. Hinckley, that you'll be passing along to Commissioner Sawchuk and giving us confirmation that they've been made aware of this for sure?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the benefits of leaving it in as a silver alert is they're already trained on the silver alert, and this is more of an update kind of thing. So that's one of the benefits of leaving it in as a silver alert program. So yes.
Great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Other questions, discussion on this bill? Okay, Representative Pickett, all good? Your hand's up.
Yeah, I forgot to take it down. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. Good. Okay, so Deb, you want to call the roll?
Sure. Can you confirm what it was Senator Searway who seconded?
Yes, there's a motion ought to pass as amended by Representative Pickett and seconded by Senator Searway.
Thank you. Committee members, please turn your video on and unmute for roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales is absent. Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp,
Yes.
Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
yes,
Representative Costin,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Representative Rudnicki? I think she's saying yes, but her microphone isn't working.
Yeah, I can read her lips.
Me too.
We count that as a yes. We're supposed to have an audio.
Yes. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Fluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway
Yes.
and Senator DeChambeau is also absent.
Representative Newman is a yes.
Oh, whoops. Did you get Representative Newman?
Representative Newman,
Yes.
sorry about that. Thought I got it.
Deb, can you help me to remember that as our members are, a couple of them are in other committees, as they come back, we offer them the opportunity to vote on this today, as I
Okay,
did on,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Help me remember that. Well, congratulations, Senator Stewart. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you very much, all. I appreciate it a lot.
Have a good day. All right, great. So next up, we have our very own Representative Costain's bill, LD 419, an act regarding participation in public works projects by pretrial inmates. And I think we have an amendment on this. Jane, how about if you start and then we'll turn it to Representative Costain.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. Sorry, wrong one.
And Deb, while Jane's working on the share screen, I'll ask if there are any folks that would like to come over into the work session as panelists to raise their hands.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. This is Representative Costain's bill, an act regarding participation in public works projects by pretrial inmates. And this was actually scheduled for work session on Monday and was continued until today. Representative Costain spoke about the bill and was active in conversations about the bill, and I have worked with him since the public hearing. Sheriff Morton spoke in favor for the Sheriff's Association, and he explained that Title 30A, Section 1606 allows sentenced jail inmates to work outside the jail and earn time off on their sentences. And that is a distinction that has come into play in development of the amendment. Stephen Gordon from the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners submitted testimony in favor, and Walter McKee submitted testimony in favor from Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. Michael Cabede spoke, neither for nor against, submitted testimony and has had some participation with regard to clarifying that participation is voluntary for the inmate. I did not have an opportunity since the last time I heard from Michael. I had already posted this amendment that follows down further on here, but it's just a matter of changing voluntary to voluntarily. So we can make those changes easily. Andrea Mancuso submitted testimony neither for nor against for the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. She talked about the importance of victim notification and the lack of criteria regarding inmate participation. I believe her testimony is really relevant to the question of work being done outside of the jail, not within the jail. So that may address her issues. So they worked on an amendment and here it is. And the only real, as far as I know, the only issue that I know of is that we need to change volunteer to voluntarily. And what this does is make it clear that in section 1606, subsection 1, on participation in public works projects being authorized, subsection 1 will now apply to sentenced inmates. And then subsection 1B, subsection 1A was repealed years ago. And you can't reuse a number that has been used for a different purpose. It's kind of like a gravestone in the graveyard that shows you something is there. So there's a new 1B, which is voluntary participation in work projects within the jails. And it makes it, it allows the participation, voluntary participation of a pre-sentence or pre-trial inmate in the jail. It does not allow for proration of the sentence because that wouldn't be applicable because the person has not been sentenced yet. Is there anything more you'd like?
Thank you. Questions for Jane? Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes. Yeah, Jane. So you're talking about under number 1, under participation, you're talking about down in the line that says who have been sentenced to volunteer to participate. You want that word to be changed to voluntary, is that correct?
Yes, it would read who have been sentenced to voluntarily participate.
What's the purpose of the change? It says the same thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, but Michael Cabete from ACLU suggested that clarification.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think it says the same thing. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Costain, would you add anything to the presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Overton explained the bill pretty well. The only thing I want to say we took out of the work session was people wanted to be clear that it was voluntary, which we took care of that in the bill. And the other issue was we had some concerns that inmates that weren't sentenced was being allowed to leave the facility. So we took care of that by saying that they had to stay within the facility, but they could do work projects in the, like, for example, in the kitchen or washing whatever, working around the inside of the facility and get time for that. So I think we took care of the two major issues that people in the committee, or that's what we heard during the when I presented the bill. So any questions, I guess?
Great, thank you for that. I do see that Sheriff Brackett is with us and has raised his hand. Deb, would you bring him over as a panelist for us?
He's coming in.
Thank you. And everyone good with the screen share so we can take that down? Thank you, Jane.
Sure.
Welcome, Sheriff. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to ask a question. I was probably a little bit out of line, and I appreciate it. Just a quick question on the within the facility. Does that mean that folks can work on the grounds at the facility? Or does that mean physically inside the building? So, and I use an example at Two Bridges, you know, we have, we shovel walks, we mow the grass, we, you know, do some things outside the facility, but supervised and on the property. Would that qualify?
Jane or Representative Costain?
Well, it's really not clear. I mean, it does at this point say participate in work projects within the jail. So if you want to make sure that people would be able to work on the jail grounds, we should add that.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding when I talked to Sheriff Morton and I believe when Miss Overton, we discussed this, we were, the design of the bill was inside the facility only because of the concern that Senator Seaway had that the people were going to be actually outside. Now, if it was outside in a secured area, then I would say, you know, that would be okay. But I think if we're going to go, as Sheriff Brackett said, shoveling walkways, et cetera, out. I know like in Penobscot County Jail, the walkways outside would not be in a secured area. So if we're going to do that, then I think we need to, you know, we need to clarify that more than what it is.
And thank you. And what I want to make sure of is what's changing here is just around the pretrial folks.
Correct.
And this isn't going to change folks who are already charged being able to participate.
Correct.
Whether it be inside, outside, on the grounds, right? We're not changing anything that exists.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's Jane.
When you said already charged, do you mean already sentenced?
Sentenced, excuse me. Yeah, we are just talking about a very specific population, pretrial. Okay, that's important.
Or pre-sentence, pretrial or pre-sentence.
Got it. Thank you for that. Okay, and I want to come back to the sheriff's point, but I want to hear from Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have concerns about being not sentenced and being on the outside of the jail. You know, I can just tell you from a personal situation, whereas had a person that twice was peeking in my windows, watching my 10-year-old daughter, and he got a Class D crime, which is not a serious crime of invasion of privacy. So he got trustee status, and he could have been outside. And my daughter was really devastated for 5 months. Couldn't even sleep in her own bed for 5 months because he could describe every piece in her bedroom. And so these people, you know, maybe it seems like they're trustees, but they're, you know, they are in there for a reason. And so we're just trying to protect the victims as well. So I think it's a good idea before sentencing to just keep them inside the jail grounds. That's what I felt. So I think, and that's in several situations. I could explain many others. So,
Senator, let me ask you a question. You were a sheriff, right? You ran a jail?
I was a assistant jail administrator, yes.
Okay. Oh, I thought, okay, so you weren't a sheriff, but you were.
Yes, I was that too. I was 25 years as a deputy sheriff too.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Did you, as a sheriff, were you able to sort of ascertain, yeah, I'm going to put this guy on this route or outside, but I know this guy isn't safe, or this girl? Weren't you, as a sheriff, able to sort of make those decisions regarding your own facility and the residents of your facility?
Yeah, I mean, I found that it depended on the administrator. I've had where even I had a multiple offender program one time, and it was a 30-day program, and we was going to do outside things, and I even worked with a DA, and the DA actually was going to put a murderer that just got out of prison in that program for OUI, and there's certain things that you have to be careful about, and so yeah, there's not an easy just saying, well, this person doesn't fit in. Sometimes mistakes get slipped, So I
And I don't know that us doing that here is gonna stop mistakes. I just worry. I think if Sheriff Brackett
Yeah.
knows that, a certain resident is safe to shovel or do work on the outside of his county jail, I think we should trust that. And that's just my opinion. I wanna talk more about it. I wanna hear from others, but I really don't want to limit folks' ability to get what they need based on some fear that we have, based on some one singular or two singular experiences that we've had. It's not the way I want to make laws here. So
I understand, but I just think I'm just looking for the victims and safety. And we had one where they left, they were just bringing.
It's good. We're all set with the stories, Senator Searway. Let's stop there.
Well, I'm just trying to explain that it is an unsafe situation. Yeah.
I hear you, and I'm explaining where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
So, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem whatsoever with the bill right now. I think everything's been worked in it the way that it needs to be worked. I have no problem with, as Sheriff Brackett said, I agree that and I think the key to that, he said, they are under supervision. They're not just out running around in the yard. They are under supervision. So therefore, that takes care of any kind of circumstance there that we'd have to worry about someone trying to break out and get away and that kind of thing like that. So, I think the bill has been crafted very well, been worked on very well. I think it's it's in a good place right now. And I know there probably will be some more discussion on this, but I'm going to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
So we have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended. Do we have a second? Representative Reckitt, is that a second? Okay, so we have a second from Representative Reckitt. More discussion. Representative Lookner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I think this generally is the right direction we need to move. My concern is that in a jail setting, in pretrial, how can we ensure that residents aren't feeling coerced into, it says voluntarily, but how can we ensure that, it's in the context of being in a jail, would they feel coerced even if they don't want to? So that's my one objection. I think, somebody else had also brought up the, maybe could this potentially be used in somebody's trial, like, oh, they participated in this program, so that that is an admission of guilt. So those are kind of my two questions. How can we ensure that somebody doesn't feel coerced, and secondly, how can we ensure that if somebody does participate in this voluntary labor outside, how can we ensure that it's not used in their trial as an admission of guilt?
Those are two great questions. Could we put those to the sheriffs? Do either of you want to answer those? Excuse me. Yes, Representative Costain, please.
I was just going to ask if we could have Sheriff Morton reply to that question.
Sheriff Morton. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the question. To be quite honest, I spend a tremendous amount of time in the cell blocks this week, talking with inmates about this very bill. 70% of my facility is pretrial, and they line up in droves to want to participate. There were some in here that know that potentially they may be sentenced at some point, and they're going to be sitting here for months, and they're looking for things to do. They're setting idle. I guess that old terminology, idle hands, is, I don't know the rest of the saying, but idle hands is not always great. This is an opportunity for somebody to build some self-worth. They can build skills, and also on top of that, if there is an opportunity for them to earn time off a potential sentence, these are absolutely volunteer. The programs have been this way. I've been in this business for 32 years, and we have a very good track record. I think all the county jails, I'm sure the states do in their programs, have very good success at those that want to participate in programs like this. To answer the question about individuals and how they get into a program like this, in our facility, and I believe, I'm sure, like most facilities, it's done through the programs division, which also involves classification. And this might go to some of Senator Searway's concerns and Representative Warren's. The classification folks are going to look at this, and we have our individual policies that talk about individuals that are qualified for certain positions as an inmate helper. So one who might be somebody who could do laundry might not be a candidate that should be able to have access to kitchen utensils, for example. One that might be able to go outside and mow the lawn versus one that remains on a deck inside the building to wash the floors. And so that's part of the process that's made in determining who can be assigned to certain tasks. Again, these are always volunteer. There's no reason not to have it volunteer. It just simply is. And I can't even fathom us ever being in a situation where we wouldn't. We may ask folks to participate, but and to Mr., and I apologize if I say this wrong, Lookner, Representative Lookner's question about use in a case, I'll be honest with you, it's kind of the flip-flop. Many defense counsel will want to say that the incarcerated individual will use this to show that they're doing the right thing, that they're participating in programming, and that they're trying to help themselves better themselves. So to be quite honest, it's going to be used in cases on the opposite end to minimize or mitigate a sentence or whatnot, to say that they're trying to participate, trying to help themselves.
I appreciate that response. And I think, there's no doubt in my mind that I'm sure a good portion of residents awaiting trial are eager to participate in community programs. So, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that, it potentially be construed as an admission of guilt if somebody is participating in one of these programs before trial. It's like, oh, well, they went out and they did this work, and it's because maybe they're trying to look good before the judge to have a better sentence. That's, I think, was a concern that was raised to me. So I don't know if that's the case. I'd like to hear from an attorney who maybe is more familiar with this field, but thank you for your response, Sheriff.
Okay, so anybody want to weigh in on that question? My question is for Representative Costain. Have you considered, would you consider, and I guess we need to, I don't want to tank the bill, but if we could get all members on board, that we leave it to the sheriff's discretion in work projects within the jail or on the jail property. So what I'm thinking of is, I don't know, Somerset County Jail, right? It's not exactly within city limits, right? And let's say that they wanted to be doing some painting outside, or, and wanted to offer that as an opportunity. Do we trust the sheriff to make that decision of who is available and able to participate or not? Or is that something you don't want to do because you want to, you're worried about it? So Yes, Representative Costain, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, as I presented the bill originally, I mean, I feel that the discretion very much could be to the sheriffs, but Senator Seaway approached me, and only Senator Seaway, that he had an issue with people going outside because of his personal experience. I think the inmates are classified when they come in. I mean, you know, being in this business as long as I have, I understand something can always happen. Okay. But if you do 100% of what you can do, okay, sometimes that's going to happen. But we have a classification system for a reason so that we know where these people stand, and that in the discretion of the sheriff, I honestly don't see why they can't go outside on the grounds there. And especially as Sheriff Brackett said, they're going to be supervised. So they're not outside alone anyway, they're being supervised. Thank you.
Other discussion on the bill? Yes, Sheriff Morton.
Sorry, Representative, I know probably not supposed to jump in, but I'll just remind folks on the committee that this committee has worked close with our sheriffs in conjunction with making sure that we run pretrial operations in our jail. We use a lot of the same processes on releasing pretrial people. And there's not a, you know, there's some of this discussion's not there. These are folks that are sent home. In Penobscot County, we have 204 individuals out on pretrial services today. And that's been something that we've heard loud and clear from our legislators over the past couple sessions about making sure that we utilize pretrial services. So I just thought it would be important that folks know that we are already making great decisions, or making a lot of decisions. And as Representative Costain says, we know that there is risk, and we're aware of that, and we take that very seriously.
Thank you, Sheriff. So what's yeah, Jane, please.
Well, I just want to confirm that I did hear Representative Pickett speaking generally in favor of on jail property, but he didn't mention it in his amendment when he made the motion. So I wanted to confirm what he wanted. And then I was trying to sort of write down what I thought. I heard Representative Warren and other people talking about as a possibility for an amendment. And that would be to use the language that's currently here, where it says in work projects within the jail to add or on jail property as determined by the sheriff and under supervision. That's an idea that I thought was captured what a lot of people were saying. So I guess maybe we're back to Representative Pickett about what is in his ought to pass an amended motion.
Yes, the motion I had made was that I thought everything had been addressed in the bill, and I felt that the on jail property was probably part of the could be at the discretion of the jails, much like at the sheriff's, much like Representative Warren had spoken of prior to my making that motion. However, after the conversation we've had, I would have no objection if it's procedurally possible to add that phrase into the bill, as long as the bill sponsor, who is sitting beside me, is okay with that.
Okay, Sheriff Costain, excuse me, Representative Costain. Okay, I got a thumbs up.
All set,
And
ma'am.
great, thank you. So Representative Pickett has amended his motion ought to pass as amended to include the language that Jane just referenced within the jail or on the jail property with discretion of the sheriff and under supervision. Representative Reckitt, will you continue your second with that amendment?
Yes, I will.
Okay. That's the new motion on the floor. Discussion on the motion on the floor. Jane, any answer for Representative Lookner's question? I don't want to act like we didn't hear it, and that's an important, about, is it the case or would it be the case that in court or as somebody moves through this procedure, could doing this, participating, be seen as some sort of an admission of guilt?
I don't have any answer for that. I mean, as I think about it, I think that there are probably a number of different ways that one could interpret participation in a work project. And it could go, an attorney could argue it in many different ways, including that it shows a willingness to participate in society and abide by the rules, or anything. I can't help you.
Mhm. You know, my thinking about it, Representative Lookner, is, at least from my personal experience in Maine, hard work is pretty much one of the highest compliments you can give to somebody in our culture in Maine, right? We talk a lot about, that's, oh, she's a hard worker, he's a hard worker. So I tend to align with, I think it was Sheriff Brackett who said it, maybe it was Sheriff Morton, that it would really be seen almost as a plus to somebody who's waiting on sentencing, in the same way that it's a plus if you are someone who doesn't get in trouble or someone who is obeying all the rules. Or do you see what I mean? Like, that's the way I view it, and I hope that's helpful. I didn't want you to feel like we weren't hearing your question.
Yeah, that is very helpful, Madam Chair. So that concern had been brought up to me. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I've never really sat in a courtroom, and I don't really know how it would be construed. So it's just, I want
Thank
to
you.
share that concern.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really think this is a great bill. I think it's a good idea. I think the individuals that get a chance to go and earn some time off their sentence ahead of time, which is really nice. And also they do like to work, to do something while they're there, because rather than just sitting there. And I understand all that. And I agree with this bill. I like the First Amendment that we were discussing. I will not vote for the added piece. So that will be my stance on this, just for safety, public safety. Thank you.
So Representative Costain, do we want to go forward and have a divided report? Do we want to take more time? I really would like to see this be a unanimous bill and go under the hammer. But I don't know if that's going to be a possibility.
Chair.
Yes, please.
Can we have 5 minutes?
Of course. Of
Thank you.
course. You're welcome.
That was going to be my suggestion.
Great. Okay. As they take 5 minutes, I don't know that we need to, unless folks are interested in meeting in our new and improved corner caucus room. Doesn't look like we need to. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes for them to talk about it. All right, we'll wait for folks to come back in.
Madam Chair, can I just pass on to you? I had an inquiry by email after our first vote that people listening would find it very helpful if we announce the result of the vote, the count and the result when we take a vote, if that would be okay.
That's great. Yes.
Okay.
Deb, so could you, after you take the vote, tally out loud for folks, 7 in favor of the ought to pass motion, 6, I had to do the math quickly, opposed. Thank you. Okay. All right. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folks back. Is Representative Costain here? Let's just wait a second for Dan to get back. Okay, great. All right, so we have a motion on the floor, and the motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended on LD 419, and the amendment includes what we discussed before: projects within the jail or on the jail property, by discretion of the sheriff and with supervision. I'm sure Jane will word it in a much better way than I just have, but that's the motion. So I'm going to call for a vote unless there's any more discussion. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, and Deb will do the roll call for us.
Committee members, please turn your video on and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales is absent.
Oh, she's back now.
She's back? Representative Morales. Sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. I just joined in. Yes.
Representative Sharp.
Yes.
Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
I'm sorry, I just walked back in the room. It's OTPA.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, it's not back yet. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator DeChambeau is not here yet. So that's.
I don't think you called me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
That's 11 yes, 1 no, and 2 absent.
Great. Thank you, Deb.
Can I give my,
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. Jane, go ahead and ask Senator Searway. Whoops, you're on mute. Jane, you're on mute.
I defer to Senator Searway first.
Yes, mine would be ought to pass as amended as the original amendment that we had this morning, instead of adding the words of the discretion of the jail and supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Jane.
And then Deb's numbers were 11 to 2, 11 to 1, and that is up to 14.
It's 10 yes, 1 no,
Okay.
2 absent. Sorry.
Thank you.
Say it again clearly. 10 yes.
10 yes, 1 no, and 2 were not present.
Thank you. Perfect. And before we move on to the budget, there were a couple folks that missed the earlier vote, but let's get them since they're here if we can. Deb, was that LD 28?
LD 28 was ought to pass as amended, motion by Representative Pickett, seconded by Senator Searway. Representative Morales?
Representative Morales, we made the changes that Senator Stewart amended the bill to, and just kept it as the Silver Alert and expanded who the Silver Alert covers, basically.
Oh, okay.
It was a unanimous ought to pass as amended so far.
Okay, and that's what we discussed at the work session about that, expanding the Silver Alert, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay, I remember that. My vote is yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you for doing that. So people good to dive into the budget is what we scheduled it. Oh, sorry, yeah, Jane.
Did you want to, in case there's anybody waiting for it, did you want to
I'm
mention?
sorry. I did. I'm sorry. We had LD 417. It was a bill that we started to work on Monday. And we announced that we were going to table it so that the sponsor could meet with CLAC about it. CLAC meets on Fridays. That's when it's happening. So it by mistake got put on today's schedule, but so what's our procedure? We have to pick it up and put it back down, or is that enough just to say that?
That's sufficient.
Oh, good. Okay. So as we said on Monday, Representative Morales is working with stakeholders and going to be meeting with CLAC on Friday. Great. Thank you for that reminder. I had it sitting here and I totally forgot. Everyone good? Okay. So do we have the commissioner and folks for the budget? Let me go to the attendees list.
I have a question.
Please, yes,
Yeah,
Representative.
Did Jane, did you say that that we don't need to follow the procedure of doing a tabling motion on 417? I didn't catch what you said.
I didn't think you need to, but I'm happy to defer to the committee, of course.
No, that's okay. I just wasn't sure I understood that. I have no problem either way because I've discussed this with the chair. Thank you.
Everyone good to just not pick it up today and know that we're going to schedule the next work session after these conversations happen? Great. Okay. Looks like folks are good. Okay. Thank you. So let's move on to the budget. We have two things scheduled for today, specifically around the budget. And one is that at 11, we changed it yesterday, as you remember, I'm sure, that at 11, we would start with the Department of Corrections budget. And then at 1, we would start with the Department of Public Safety budget. And we need to think about a break in there. So here's what I'm going to propose, that we start now and spend an hour on the DOC budget. We use this as some time to sort of get our feet under ourselves again as to what this process is. We take a break from 12:30 to 1. and we come back and start on the public safety budget. And I just think today, you know, we had a very long one on Monday. Let's plan on spending 2 hours and finishing our work at 3 o'clock today, giving ourselves a little time. Does that sound like a workable plan for everybody? Okay, so that's the plan. Start now on DOC, take a break at 12:30, start at 1 on the Department of Public Safety, finish at 3. Yes, Representative Pluker.
Thank you. I've gone onto the material pages, the committee material pages for the budget, but it doesn't have the voting sheets up there in that format. Is there, where should I look for that?
Jane sent an email. Jane, could you send another email quickly now? Is that possible, just to resend it? I tried, for some reason, when I do a reply all, the attachments, I don't know if I need to fix a setting on my computer, but the attachments get ripped off. So that's part of the problem probably. But if Jane resends it, and it's a really good point, Representative Pluker, and for anybody that's new, what we're going to do is we're going to walk through the budget using the voting sheets as our guide. So the voting sheets are the ones that you'll see there's a space for each of us to write in committee vote, AFA vote. And that will allow us to keep on the same page, so as to speak, as we process through. And yes, Deb, I see that there are folks that are attendees. I think anybody that are here as attendees and would like to be participants with us in this discussion around the DOC budget, please raise your hand for Deb and she will bring you on in. Bill, did it come through to you, to your email?
I have not seen it yet.
Here we go.
Great, okay.
Got it, thank you.
Great, perfect. So just a quick reminder, and I'm sure that Jane will have something to add, and I want to give the Commissioner Liberty an opportunity if he has anything to add at the beginning of our work on the Department of Corrections budget. But as a reminder, the process that we used together for the biennial, for the supplemental budget a few weeks ago, I think we'll use a similar process here. So let's walk through, starting right from the beginning. And if there are pieces that we want more information about, or we want to talk about, we're just going to set those aside. Otherwise, we'll agree that we're going to move something in. And we won't necessarily vote it today, okay? Today, we're going to use what's called a straw vote, which just means you let us know if this is something that you'd like us to set aside. That's fine. Everybody has a right to do that equally on any item. If nobody has an issue, then we're just going to plan on moving that one in. And at some point when we get to the end of the DOC, or maybe we'll do it in chunks, we'll move a whole portion in that we've agreed upon, okay? So that's sort of the process we used, and that's the process that I'm thinking we should use again. And before we open the floor to Commissioner Liberty, Jane, anything I'm forgetting that we need to add in? Okay, great. Welcome, Senator. I want to let you know that we're just beginning the budget, so you're in perfect timing. Commissioner Liberty, anything that you want to add to us before we start walking through the pages of your budget?
Good morning, Madam Chair. No, I have nothing additionally I'd like to add other than we have just a few initiatives. Those are the new initiative for agriculture, which is just a pass through really our own revenue and our own expenditures. And then new initiatives as they relate to Down East Correctional Facility and the establishment of that facility. Those are the only initiatives that I have for my department.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that. All right. Yes, Representative Morales.
I was wondering if I could ask the commissioner a question about victim services funding.
Please. Yes, I'm sorry. I meant to say that. If you have questions that arose for you as participants of the work session on Monday, please let's start there.
Okay.
Yes, Representative.
Commissioner, good morning, or yeah, still morning. Sorry. I've been up early, as probably you have been. I was listening to you describe the victim services funding, and I think I got it right, but I might be wrong about it. Am I to understand that all of them, well, first of all, I wanted to know how many staff members we have in the Department of Corrections that work in victim services, and did I hear correctly that we don't provide any state funding for victim services in our budget, that is all a flow through the federal government?
That's correct. That's my understanding. We facilitate that money to external stakeholders working in the community. Correct.
And can you explain, like we have one staff member, how many staff members do we have in our Department of Corrections who get funded through that? And then how much money goes to the community? And I understand if you can't answer it now, I totally understand it. I didn't.
Sure. I have Associate Commissioner Karen Yett with me regarding those positions. Karen, could you come on, please?
And before we do that, just one quick thing. Thank you. When you're citing to talk about something in the budget, please, if you can, reference the page number so other folks can come with you to that page. And I'm looking at victim services starts on page 22.
Thank you.
And welcome, Karen. She's not
Good
on
morning,
my...
everyone. So on page 22, you will see that the positions associated with the victim services, we have a total of 4. So those are 4 general fund positions that are working for the victim services area.
4 in the Department of Corrections. And then
Yes.
The commissioner referenced that portions of that funding go to the community. Can you show me where that is?
I would have to look into that and get back to you on that. I don't have those in front of me right now.
Okay. And how much, I'm sorry, my computer's kind of frozen, trying to get to the flow through funding to the 4 positions. How much is that?
The 4 positions total for fiscal year 22 is $346,000. And for fiscal year 23, it's $355,000.
Okay. And those are all filled positions?
Correct.
Currently?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great. Other questions? Jane.
I just asked on this same page, Karen, there's other special revenue of almost $15,000 a year. Is that the federal money that's going out to the community, or is that something different?
Again, I'll have to look into that. Sorry, it's only 14,000, so I'd make sure I get the right details and I can provide those to you.
It's a good question to sort of get our feet situated about what this budget is. So general fund, I think we all understand what that is, right? That's the general fund where most of the budget is funded from. Can someone give us an example of other special revenue funds? Are we talking about specific programs that revenue funds come in from?
Sure. So that could be things like supervision fees, out-of-state permit fees from the community. It could be from the Baltic Correctional Facility, room and board, those individuals that are working in the community and are making a salary. They assist in their room and board. Same with MCC and the Women's Reentry Center. They're working in the community and they assist with the room and board, that sort of thing.
Great, thank you. I see Representative Morales, are you all set?
Yeah, I didn't understand that answer though. So could I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure.
So general fund, I understand, is in our state budget, and it comes from our general funding. It doesn't include federal funding. Special funding, that includes federal funding and not state funding.
I thought federal funding is separated out from special revenue funding. Am I wrong about that? There's 3 different categories: general fund, special revenue, federal.
That is
Anyone?
correct.
Okay, thank you. So does that make sense, Representative? So that special revenue are things like the commissioner said, and lots of different places in the budget, they'll have that special revenue based on, maybe they are doing hunting licenses, or maybe, in different departments, they'll be bringing in revenue and that's how it's listed.
Fees and things like that. I see. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, let me get my order right here. I have Representative Reckitt and then Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you. I just want to clarify my belief that this is the place in the budget where the staff who pay attention to the training and oversight of the batterers intervention programs, or whatever they're called now, in the department. Is that true?
Yes, Representative, that is correct.
Okay. And that's all of these positions are involved in that same effort?
Yes, that's correct. That and victims notification, any liaison between the victims and the residents in our care, any of that work happens in that office.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I might be a little bit confused, but can I start right on page 1 and ask a question?
Of course.
Okay, so Commissioner, I'm noticing right under the general fund, we have an increase of about $400,000 under the personnel services, and we have a half-person increase. Could you just explain that to me, please?
I'm not certain. Karen, do you know what the increase related to?
Can I ask what page you're looking at?
Right on page 1. It's right at the top on page 1 under the general fund.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that one. I'm not sure where that halftime position is.
Okay, well, it's a halftime position, but there's also an increase of $400,000 in personnel on the personal services. And then it increases another 100,000 in 22-23. So I'm just, I'd like to kind of get an idea of where those increases are coming from.
Those increases would have to do with the pay increases. So if we have people on certain steps and they go up to a different step in the next fiscal year, that pay increase would be included. If there are increases in benefits or health insurance, those increases would also be that would be part of that increase.
Well, I understand about 100,000, but I mean, 400,000, that seems like a lot of money from this year to next year. And I just, for a 1-year jump just seems like a significant amount of money.
Yeah.
How many employees are we talking about total?
So that would be a total, if you're still on page 1, that 49.5 positions. So that would be pay increases for the 49.5 positions. So that's salary, benefits, health insurance, and we can get you the details if you like, so I can have it broken down by the line category to show you what those amounts are.
Yeah, because that works out to be about $10,000 per person.
Sure.
And that seems like a significant amount of money to increase in a 1-year time period.
We'll research that, Representative, and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Other questions? Yes, I have Senator DeChambeau and then Representative Reckitt.
I just got myself out. Okay. Thank you. Back to victim services, not so much the costs or anything. The 4 people that are in that department, one of their roles is not only maintaining the money that's coming in or paying out to the victims, they're also involved in, sorry about that. They're also involved in making recommendations for release planning, I would venture to guess, or supervised community confinement, or anytime a prisoner goes out in the community. Is that one of their functions?
That's correct, it is. And so it's that liaison between the victim notifications and the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I'm looking at Commissioner page 16 and 17. Excuse me, not 17, just 16. Page 16, Justice, Planning, Projects, and Statistics. What is this? Probably I knew at some point, but I have no idea now.
I'm not sure of that position. Let me get back to you on that one.
Okay. As you might imagine, I really liked that it listed statistics. And so if somebody's sitting around as a statistician, that would help with the requests that we're constantly asking. So I want to meet them. I want to meet them personally. Thank you for that. I see Representative Rudnicki and Jane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so that I'm reading this right, I just want to make sure. I mentioned the general fund under the administration and corrections of that for the baseline. Oh, I found my issue. Thank you. I found found it myself. Found my answer.
Will you give it to us?
Yeah, I was just looking from page 1 to page 2, and it's just page 2 is more of the summary of what I was just looking at on page 1, because I'm just looking at the increases. I do actually have a quick question just under other service revenue funds it's both on page 1 and page 2. There is like a $30,000 decrease, and then it starts to go back up again in 22, 23. And I was just because it's under special funds, I was just kind of questioning, what that specifically might be, or if you have a general idea.
I'll get that answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Jane.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, we don't often have a chance to celebrate good news. And so I wondered if you could just tell me about the New York Times reporting on your agriculture program.
Thank you for bailing me out, Jane. As you're aware, as one of the initiatives that we're talking about here is the agriculture program, and it's been a program that's really focuses on enhancing nutritional opportunities for our residents, and so we believe that's important, and we believe that it's a nice vocational opportunity for them to learn how to garden and farm organically. We have a whole bunch of our folks that are, I think 40 now, that are Master Gardener certified and certified composters through the Maine Compost School. And we've been working very hard over the last several years to do that. Each of our facilities has large gardens, and we collaborate with local farms and local greenhouses, and it's gone really well with the cooperative extension. And so the New York Times yesterday did a story, ran a story on Maine Department of Corrections, and specifically to the work that we're doing at Mountain View with Mark McBride. And he's the perfect combination of a food service manager, a organic farmer in the community, has his own farm, and he's a very creative baker and cook in the facility. And so he does things like, he manages a large apple orchard. He has 4 acres of his own, of our garden at Mountain View, and he's very creative with the food and the nutrition value that brings his facility. He's also very creative in that I've given the goal of 30% of local purchases to local farmers to really reinvest in the local farming community and really recycling those Maine tax dollars to local farmers. And so he does things like that. And one of the examples that was indicated in the New York Times was the granary in Skowhegan. And he has opportunity buys. And think about this. When a farmer runs grain through one of their mills, there are sometimes remaining grain in the tubes that don't get flushed out. Well, they have to flush them out for the next farmer that wishes to have his grain milled. And over time, you have these multi-grained combinations of flour, and we purchase those 10 cents on the dollar. And we're able to make multi-grain rolls and bread and other products. And so that's what I highlighted. I highlighted the work that we're doing with the Master Gardener program, with our composting, with the creative purchasing opportunity buys, and the heightened nutritional value of the food that we're bringing. Very easy, and I've been to many correctional facilities to have bologna sandwiches and Kool-Aid, and meeting the very minimum nutritional values. But I think we far exceed that, and we're continuing on that journey.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Jane, for bringing that up. That is
definitely. It is on page 1. It is on page 1.
Yes,
I know
right.
It is definitely. We'll aim to get to that. I have a couple more questions. Representative Lookner and then Representative Rudnicki.
Hey, thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I think this is a whole can of worms, but I'm looking at page 18 with Long Creek Youth Development Center. What accounts for the increase of over $500,000 between this year and next year when we have such a reduced census in that facility?
I think that you'll find, I had the opportunity to spend time with leadership of the committee yesterday, and I'll report out to you on Monday, it appears, the full committee, that we're going to have a significant move of resources from that facility into the community. And I think that you'll be pleased with the movement of that budget, of the personnel, and the resources in the community. And I'll give you a full brief. We'll have a full-on brief with all my staff, and I think that those that were present yesterday were pleased with the movement that we're making, in keeping with, I think, the intention of your LD.
Terrific. Thank you for that, and I'll look forward to Monday.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm one of these people that kind of digs down on the numbers a little bit. So forgive me if I'm being a little bit of a pain, but let's, so what I'm looking at is on page 7, on the baseline for the correctionals. We have an increase on personal services of 200,000. And we actually have a decrease of 3 employees. So I'm kind of, I'm curious as to the significant increase there. And then if you look into 22, 23, it's an additional $500,000 increase from the second year. So I would like some explanation on that, and that's one. So I can keep going if you want me to keep asking my questions, because I have a feeling you're going to have to.
Representative, you have a duty to be a good steward of the tax dollars. So when you dig in there, that's how it's observed. Those tax dollars come hard, and this is your fiscal responsibility. So that's how it's perceived. So when we look at those increases, we'll get to the details, but I think you'll find, as Associate Commissioner Karen Yetton mentioned, that's all related to, I think, negotiated contracts, increase in wages, increasing costs in medical care, insurance, that sort of thing. But we'll get you those specific details but I think that's what you'll find it is.
Okay, like I said, it just seems like a significant amount, especially from the 22 to the 23. The significant, I mean, we're looking at another $500,000 after a $200,000 increase, then another $500,000, and we've actually reduced employees. So that's really a significant amount that should be adjusted, or should be looked at. Just a quick question on Downey's corrections. I know that if we go to page 11, was it 11? I'm sorry, let me make sure I'm looking at the right one that I was. So on down, I've got notes here, sorry. But I was noted, oh, here we go. On page 15 on Downey's corrections. I know that it's going to a full-time, going to be open full-time. So I see the increase on that part, but if we look at the history for 2021, it shows $500,000 and I'm assuming, I mean, that's personnel because you're getting Downey's moving or whatever. But then and if you look at the same number of personnel, because you're looking at positions of 15 positions, it jumps 1.1 million. I would get if you went from half a year to a full year, jumping 50%, jumping that amount, but we're 3 times the budget if you go from 1 to a full year. So could you kind of explain that to me a little bit?
So we expect to be operational early to late fall, depending on construction. So the 21-22, we expect to be operating September, October, maybe November, depending on the construction times. And then 22-23 will be the full fiscal year.
But you have in this budget for the 21-22 and 22-23, you have almost identical amount, even though this is only a partial year. For 21-22 would only be a partial year.
Excuse me, Representative, I can take that one. So in the fiscal year 21, which was the current year that we're in now, as you may or may not recall, in the supplemental, we had a curtailment and that took that money away. So that money is not in there. We did not open as early as we had thought. So those positions would have been brought on probably halfway through the year, which is why it was a little lower than what you're seeing the next fiscal years. So that didn't happen. So that was in our supplemental to take that away. So the next 2 years you see are full years for those positions. So that's why those amounts are higher. Those are full years.
Okay, so we're looking at $100,000 per employee for Downey's corrections.
Yep, that would probably be, salary, like the commissioner had mentioned, salary, benefits, insurance, all that stuff.
Covered position. So.
Yep.
Yep.
And can I just mention that when we do our budgets, we put these positions into the system, and the budget system is what tells us what these positions are. We do not come up with those dollar figures. So it's based on what their step is and where they are in their pay range. And those numbers are given back to us. And that's what's provided here from our budget system.
Okay, but here's my question. If you don't open until August, September, then the 21-22 budget should be based on 2 months less, correct, than the 22-23 budget.
Again, it's unknown at this point. We believe that it may be delayed. We anticipated a July opening, and so when we submitted the budget, that was the case. There have been some unforeseen delays. We'll also have to bring in staff prior to the residents arriving. There will be a period of time when we're trying to get the facility up and running, kind of get oriented, kind of figure out the operation, work on all of that sort of preparatory work, and that may take a couple of months. So, they may roll in August, September, although it's not done. There's a lot of work to get the facility up and running prior to residents arriving. And again, we'll have about 50 residents there once it opens.
Okay. Okay, I may have something else, but I got to look through some more. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions? I have questions specific to probation. Where would I find, I can't remember what page it is.
Adult community correction starts on page 3.
Thank you. Remind me of what our number is for folks on probation, folks being served by this budget line.
We hover around 6,000 individuals that are on probation. And that ebbs and flows depending on, again, the judiciary. This past year, the number declined a bit, but we hover around 6,000.
Thank you. And 114 and a half staff people. And that's, I'm assuming, though, this is just adult, so this isn't juvenile probation. This is all the probation workers for 6,000
Correct.
folks.
In the 3 regions, yes.
Thank you. Representative Pickett and then Representative Rudnicki.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to that, I would just make the comment. I don't know whether the commissioner would be able to clarify, but I know right up until I left law enforcement 7 years ago, it was no different than it pretty much had been for quite some time. There was a real heavy caseload for probation officers regarding to how many people they had to oversee during their different regions and stuff. Is that still the case, or are we getting a better ratio of probation officer to probationer?
Yes, you're correct. Those can be heavy load, upwards of 80, depending on the region and where the total number is. And we've done an awful lot of work to, these probation officers have evolved from trying to catch you doing something wrong to trying to assist you in your transition out of institution and be able to transition into the community and provide those resources. But you're absolutely correct. Historically, there have been heavy caseloads, and the heavier the caseload, the less effective the probation officers are in their work. But I think that our caseloads now are appropriate and they're sustainable.
Okay, and follow up from my.
Please.
And so that being said, the goal is working toward getting a good ratio, which it sounds like you're trying to do right now, but because without the ratio, not only does it make it harder for the probation officer to try to keep up with things, but it also does a disservice sometimes to the probationer if they don't have time to be able to work with all of them. So I think we have to take that all into consideration. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree. That's correct.
Thank you.
One other thing I would add, if I may, Madam Chair, is as we, one of the key components of what the probation officers do is they work with the SCCP. And as we continue to evolve those numbers, those caseloads become more complex. And although they may have 80 people on their caseload, some of them need more supervision than others. And so some are administrative, and it's just an occasional check-in. Others are more frequent, depending upon their needs.
Thank you. And that just reminds me, Commissioner Liberty, we're still waiting for specific data around SCCP. We've made the request of Ms. Black a couple of times, and we have not received that data. We understand that the records will be de-identified. That happens all the time. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, when that data is forthcoming.
And the specific data set you would like?
We're trying to get our arms around how many folks are currently out on SCCP. And we put into the request some specific demographics that you might imagine we'd want to know about. I don't know if it's Mr. Beal who would put that together for us, but that is a request that's been waiting, I think, since our orientation.
Okay, great. I'll check into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a couple folks. Representative Rudnicki, because you've had a bunch of questions, I'm going to bring in other people, but I'm going to come back to you. Senator DeChambeau first, Representative Morales, and then Representative Rudnicki.
Yes, thank you. I had my hand up and then the commissioner answered the question the way I wanted him to. In terms of probation, and correct me if this has changed in maybe 5 years. Caseloads, Representative Pickett, were large, and they're still large, up to 80, sometimes 60, average 50. What has changed is assessments. Probation officers can have a caseload of 60. An assessment will let you know that there are 10 of them that you have to see every single day or every single week. And then there are others that they can see administratively or phone call. The reason I want to say that is a great improvement from the days when we all worked, when everybody said, I've got 60 on my caseload, and they felt they had to see all 60 every week. So, and so it's a thumbs up to probation, and caseworkers in the prison do the same thing in terms of caseload. Assessments really help the person having a caseload to zero in on the really difficult cases. So, and if I'm wrong, you can correct me, Commissioner.
No, you're right on target. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'm glad that you mentioned the SCCP, because I was scrolling through the budget trying to find where that is. And so as far as I understand that if it's totally included within probation, that it is all SCCP is staff, correct? It's not, there's no additional funding that would go to support anybody who's out on SCCP. It's all, and when you know what I'm going to say, housing, there's nothing there in terms of that budget other than staff members to supervise them.
Yes, Representative, that's correct. It's about the management of that population. There are no additional funds to support housing and that sort of thing.
And there's no funding for housing anywhere for folks on reentry either in this budget. Is that right?
No, that's correct.
Is there any planning for that in your mind with work with your staff when we look at, aligning with the Second Chance Act goals and working with Bruce Nodden and his team on how we can, I was struck by, I don't know if you heard Peter Lehman's testimony about how do we keep people safer and how do we avoid less victims. It really stuck with me, and I think it was in response to Representative Pickett's questions, but he said we keep people safer by reducing recidivism. And this has never really, and we create less victims by reducing recidivism. And that never really sunk in with me until he said that on Monday. And it just, how I feel about housing, and I know I'm not alone. It's sort of evidence-based that when people have a place to lay their heads, they're going to be able to succeed, and we're less likely to see them recidivate. So I'm asking you, are you planning for that? Will we see that in your budgets coming forward? That's my question.
Yes, to answer your question, I did listen to Peter Lehman, and obviously he's very informed, and he's in front of this committee very often. He's a really good advocate for the population that we work with. You will find some resourcing announced on Monday, the availability for our youth. I think you'd be pleased with that for some housing and some opportunities there as we transition out or divert prior to incarceration. And we work with Bruce Nodden daily. He's almost part of our staff. He's in almost every meeting I attend. And so he's very engaged, and we're working very closely with him. But there is no housing money embedded in my budget.
Okay. Are you planning for it someday? Will we see it someday? I'm sorry to follow up, Representative.
I'm not certain what the budget will bear, and but we are working daily. We understand that individuals need treatment, they need housing, and they need vocation to be successful in the community, and we're working toward that every day.
Thank you.
And Representative, I'll just follow up with you that that's part of our work. This budget is in our hands. It was proposed, and we heard very clearly from Mainers on Monday. And that's part of the work that we need to do. That's part of the report that we'll make back to AFA. Representative Rudnicki.
Okay, here we go again. On page 19, now I do realize I'm actually looking forward to your report on Monday. It sounds like you have a plan that's for moving forward. But my question on page 19, under, again, personal services, it's like a $500,000 increase, well, $400,000 increase, moving from the 2021 budget to the 21-22 budget, and then an additional another 400,000 moving from the 21-22 to the 22-23. You know, and that's a significant amount of money on that, and that's on page 19. That's through Long Creek, but I am looking forward to your report because I really think that would be nice. But I also am looking at on page 20 for the Mountain View Correctional Facility. Again, we're looking at a $400,000 increase from the 2021 budget to the 21-22, and an additional 260,000 from the 21-22 to the 22-23. So that's, you know, that's significant numbers in those that I just cannot see the just as a wage increase and some of these others to increase that. I mean, yes, there will be some increase, but that seems to be an extremely high number to me because we're just in the big ones that I've pointed out in the positions, we're looking at well over $1.5 million increases in salaries and benefits, and it just seems a significant amount for the number of people that we're dealing with. So if we could get some explanation on that, I would certainly appreciate it.
Representative, I think that I appreciate your examination of that. And I think that what you'll find is when you talk about 163 positions, those increases, those will be negotiated through the bargaining process, and then the cost of insurance. But that's my preliminary answer to you, but I'll get the hard details for you specifically, okay?
Okay, thank you, because that works out to be about $20,000 a person increase over a year. And, you know, that's significant, way too much. And, you know, for if you're looking at salary increases and even insurance increases, and if that's insurance increases, then I think we need to look at something different on insurances too. So yes, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. We'll flush that out for you.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Scott. Scott Ferguson, Correction Service Center Director. When you
Hi, Scott. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Sorry I have no camera. It's the way my computer's set up. When you look at these increases, you're really only talking about 2.5% overall increase. And as the Commissioner and Associate Commissioner Yeton has already commented, we're talking about salary increases through collective bargaining. We're also talking about insurance increases. And I would also say that we're only talking about $2,400 or $500 per employee, not $20,000. So, you know, these increases are actually quite normal. And as was already mentioned, it's calculated by the budget office in the Department of DAFs, and they're the ones that do this. The department has nothing to do with this. It's based on collective bargaining and normal pay increases, and they're all specific to each position within the department.
Scott, thank you for that explanation. I think if Representative Rudnicki, and I'm sure others as well, if we could actually see the figures of what's causing the increase in budget documents, I think you'll probably be able to answer a whole bunch of questions in sort of one fell swoop. I think that it's not that she doesn't understand that these things increase, but I think just being able to look at them in black and white will really allow us to understand where these increases are coming from. Is that something you guys will be able to provide?
Yeah, I'll contact the budget office and have them supply us with that information.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. Representative Sharp.
Thank you. Painfully unprepared. I just had more of a general question about how, where is Maine for cost per inmate, and how does that look nationally, and what is it? Have you seen a significant up or down in those numbers from the last 3 years?
What I would say is we fall in line with the cost of incarcerating nationally. At Maine State Prison, the cost is about $50,000 this past year. And this year was difficult because as we look at the numbers and what was the cost per inmate, it was elevated because we had the $5 stipend. So that was an enhanced cost to the corrections officers, and the average daily population dropped by about 17%. So the cost per inmate actually went up. Not that it cost all Maine taxpayers because we had the Corona Relief Fund. But when you're looking at cost per inmate, Maine State Prison in 2018 was $45,000. Maine Correctional Center was about $40,000. When you look at Baltic Correctional Facility, $32,000 a year. That's a minimum security facility, requires less confinement and more freedom of movement for the inmates. And you go all the way down, but we're about ballpark with all of the other correctional facilities. The less restrictive your housing is, the less expensive it is. But we fall right in on average, I would think, with other states.
Appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Commissioner, did you say that the average was 50,000 per year?
So yes. So when you look at the per capita for the department for 2019, all adults was 50,000. And I have a document that I'll provide to you that shows all of this in one document. We'll give that to you, and it breaks it all down. And what I would say to you is just be aware that in 2019, again, the numbers were skewed because of the low population and the increase in the $5 stipend elevated the cost for personal services.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So a question, Representative Morales, and then I have a question as well, but I'm happy to go after.
Yeah, I don't know how to do those numbers, Commissioner, because when I look at your overall budget and I just divide it by the number of inmates, it comes up to $259,411 a year.
Scott?
Or maybe it's every 2 years, 259,000 for every 2 years for the overall $441 million budget. I guess I would ask where you're getting the population data from.
1,700 is what the commissioner has told us.
Okay, well, we're using actual expenditures and actual average daily population averages over the year. And we also calculate it by facility, not over a sort of a general calculation. So that's where the difference is, because if you throw in juvenile, that's going to skew it way off because of the fact you're trying to spread the entire Long Creek budget over just a few juvenile kids that are there. So when you look at the juvenile per capita, I mean, it's close to 500,000.
It's over.
But even if you subtract out, Scott, the juvenile, the 37 million out of the $441 million budget, you get $404 million. And if I divide that by, let's say, 1,650 as a population, it's still $244,848 for 2 years for adults.
Okay. The difference in the calculation is that you're looking at a per capita cost based on fiscal year 20 actuals when the population was actually 2,100. And that's probably what the difference is, because you're backing out about 400 residents, which is about 25%.
So you're saying I should divide the $404 million by 2,100 residents, and then that would come up with 192,380.
Well, what I'm saying is probably the best thing for you to do is take a look at the per capita report that the commissioner is going to provide you, and that way you can compare apples to apples, actual expense in that fiscal year versus the average daily population in that particular year. Right now, you're trying to calculate what's going to be budgeted against a number that, you know, is not really relative to that expenditure number.
Okay, thank you.
So in addition to giving us that capital sheet, I don't know what to call it, sorry, what you're going to provide us with, Commissioner Liberty, I think what we also need to see is what the math is to arrive there. I know my colleagues well enough to know that they're not just going to accept, oh, the math is different. We need to see it. So if you could show us, you know, figure that out, a way to illuminate to these members who have oversight over this budget, how does that figure come to 50,000 as opposed to over 100,000? That would be great.
Yes, we'll do. And I just sent that document to Jane, so she has that, as do you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My question is really, it goes back to sort of a combination of what we heard on Monday from Maine people, and what you mentioned about, you know, Bruce Nodden as an example, you know, a community partner that's really doing reentry in a way that I would like to see. And I think we all know probation should be done. So let me say that again. He's doing reentry in a way that's really successful. And I think that's why you feel like he's one of your staff members. He's at all your meetings because he's actually doing what I think we need to be doing for folks. He's providing services to assist with reentry, which, as Representative Morales said, quoting Mr. Lehman, really the best way we protect, you know, victims and stop crime is to stop crime, right? Is to help people be successful so we aren't seeing return to custody. So my question for you, and I know that you are going to be doing a presentation on Monday around youth and juvenile services, so I'm not talking about juvenile services here. Where can we cut, take away, divert, move from, whatever language we want to use, some of the pretty substantial costs that we have for housing people and move those into either funding an organization like the Maine Prisoner Reentry Network or making changes to our own probation, giving them what they need, I think, really, right? These are folks who are keeping track of a rather large caseload. And I think you mentioned they don't have any access to any way to help them. And this is like real stuff, real reentry stuff. And I think we used to see probation as probation officers just make sure you don't make a mistake again, right? That's all probation officers were doing for a long time, was just making sure that you didn't have beer in the fridge and you were home by 9 o'clock and et cetera, et cetera. And I think all of the evidence shows us that it doesn't work. It hasn't worked. It's not successful. And we have a really high return to custody rate. So where, if you were asked the question, can we shift funding away from locking people up to actually providing services so that they're not returning to custody? Where can we move money from into this line? Maybe it's called adult community corrections, or maybe we take it right out of the DOC and send it into the community via the main prisoner reentry network. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And so what I would say is this, the monies that we spend now in the facilities are for personnel, which we need. Now there are times I'll just speak to the main state prison, we have ratios of 64-1. And so we have one officer in a unit with 64 residents. We have a caseworker there, 1-64 ratio. And it's a very challenging and rewarding sometimes, but very challenging operation to maintain safety and security and provide true transitional work in addition to the all of the work that we're doing to reduce recidivism. We have to feed them. We have to keep the heat on, the lights on, all of those things that come with running a facility. And those beds are necessary. That's the individuals that are sent to us from the judiciary. We have to house them. We do spend a considerable amount of effort and work in that effort you're speaking to. While they're with us, we do a significant amount of work with MAT. And as you know, this year we'll have universal MAT throughout the entire system, helping them transition if they have substance use disorder. We're heavily engaged in the University of Maine in Augusta. You're aware of that. We do a lot of educational work with HiSET, and we currently have one PhD student, several graduate students, and a whole bunch with associate and graduate degrees. We do a lot of vocational programming. All of that work that we're doing in the facilities that cost money are all to reduce future victimization and reduce recidivism. So I'm not sure where we would cut with vocational programming, substance use disorder, trauma-informed approaches with programming. Those are all the things we're supposed to be doing for these folks. We're doing them. And as I walk through the facilities and I speak with the tremendous staff that we have that are doing all the right things to reduce recidivism and again reduce future victimization. I'm not sure where we could cut. I don't want to reduce the food line and provide a less nutritious meal. I don't want to create a situation where our staffing is so short, where it's a safety and security issue, and the staff aren't safe, and the residents aren't safe as a result of the small staffing package. It becomes very challenging as I try to manage this budget and be fiscally responsible and live within my means. I'm not sure I have the ability to find a whole lot of money in these facilities to transfer back into the community. Our staffing package is appropriate to deliver a high level of services and in many cases, nation-leading success in the programming that we're doing. That's challenging. Most of these costs are fixed cost with personal services, with fuel, with electricity. All of those things are fixed costs, and we don't have a lot of discretionary spending. Those areas that we do spend in programming and our efforts with risk reduction, I couldn't justify cutting those either. So I'm not sure where that monies would come from. There just isn't. This budget doesn't have a lot of fat and a lot of discretion, and we do an awful lot of work for nothing with volunteers and external resources to do that. So to answer your question, I'm not sure where we would reduce our programming or our personnel line to provide additional resources that are certainly needed in the community.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Fortunately, we have a little time, and we're going to come back to this budget. So I'd like you to kind of try to look at it like this, because I know we're going to talk about juvenile, on Monday, and then that'll open up a whole other possible section where we can talk about moving some funds from this budget, pretty large budget, out into the community where we need to have the services to reduce recidivism rates, etc. So I'd like you to think about it. And I'd like you to think about it that if you were forced either by whoever, let's say there's a king and the king forced you, or maybe it's the Criminal Justice Committee, or maybe it's the AFA committee. But if you were forced to cut 20% or 10%, some number, make it up, of where you would take some money out of these facilities, again, including juvenile justice, and move it where we all know and we agree and we talk about over and over and over, we need stuff, where might that be an opportunity? you see what I'm saying? Like, we have time. I'm not looking for that answer today, but I'd like you to think about that because I want to have that conversation.
Yes, I understand the concept. Yep,
Great.
thank you.
Thank
Yep.
you. Thank you. I see Representative Pickett, then Representative Morales and Representative Rudnicki.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And staying on the topic we were just talking with the commissioner, I'm going to give a little bit different viewpoint on what I see as trying to come up with the resources to do what we all are trying to do. And that is that I think we've got to take a look at our whole overall budget, not us, but individually, all of us out here working in other committees with oversight and stuff. We've got to take a look at the whole entire budget that we have in front of us. And we've got to realize that just like anyone else, when we have to be responsible with what we have and live within our means, and to do that, we got to spend our money wisely. So I think part of the solution to this problem would be for each individual department to take a look at what they can come up with savings. Maybe there's the things you need to do, there's the things you'd like to do, and there's the things that that you just can't do when you're doing a budget. And come up with that money and see what kind of a pot of money we have. And then instead of just giving it back to the department that comes up with these savings, take a look at that money and put it and get it to where it needs to go to provide the services in all aspects of Maine, not just in the Criminal Justice Committee, but in all aspects of Maine, to provide the services that our residents in our state, our citizens in our state deserve and that we want to provide. And then as things get better, add more to it. If things get worse, tighten the belt a little bit. But that's what we need to do. I think going into one particular department and trying to cut out and carve out money there and put it in to do what we're trying to do outside, it's a good concept. But I think there also, as the commissioner said, I think he also has explained there are certain things that have to be done. And I think we all want to serve the people of Maine in every aspect the very best we can. That's our job. That's what we come down here to do. And we have to be fiscally responsible in our budget. So I think we all really have to take a hard look at ourselves and say, there's a lot of bills that I'd like to see pass, but how many of them have a real big fiscal note? And maybe on another day, they'd be a good time to pass that. But let's try to work with what we have right now. And let's try to make this budget do as much as it can to help in the areas it needs to help. And I didn't mean to go on, but that's how I look at it. And that's what I try to do, is think of this as providing the very best services we can for the people of the state of Maine. That's why I came to Augusta. That's why I'm sure everyone in this committee right now and everybody in the House and the Senate came for the same reason. But I think that's really what we need to start thinking about, is where can we find monies that we would love to be able to continue to spend on what we're spending, but monies in every one of these budget items. And we can use that to really help better the residents of Maine. Thank you.
I think you and I, Representative, said exactly the same thing, that we're going to expect every department to do this. And that includes the Department of Corrections and the Department of Public Safety next. And I hope that my colleagues on every committee are doing exactly the same thing. So I think that we agree. Representative Costain, Representative Rudnicki, and then Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, sir, the $5 that was given to the corrections officers due to COVID, that come out of COVID funds?
Yes, it did, Representative.
So where are we going from here forward? Are they going to lose that $5, or is that in this budget?
That has ceased. When the CRF monies evaporated, that was it. And so it ended at the end of 2020.
So they're not getting that extra money at this point then?
That's correct. That's stopped.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Rudnicki.
Okay, one more question. If somebody can answer this without my having to go back through and add everything up. On page 25, we actually have what the total of the 21-22 budget is and the 22-23. But we don't have a total of what the history 2021 budget is. So if you could give me what that that total is, if somebody could, I would appreciate it. Because it's not listed here and I don't want to add anything that's not supposed to be added into my, when I do my figures, so that I get an accurate of what you're working on.
You want a 5-year history?
A 5-year history would be great, but even just what this year's budget was, because all the way through, you have what the last biennium budget's history is, except for the total page.
Okay.
On the total page, there's no history there as to what the budget for this, the current year we're in and the year previous. So it's just the history thing. And I don't want to add numbers here and then get the wrong numbers. So if I could have that, that would be great, because what I'm seeing over the overall budget from the first year of the biennium to the second year of the biennium is almost $2.5 million increase from one year to the next. But I want to know what this year to, to the next year is, so the history of that, what the increase is. So if I could get that, that would certainly be appreciated. And I do want to say, and I meant to say it earlier, but congratulations on that agricultural thing. I think that's a great start to get some recognition for that. So, and I will just keep digging into the budget, because I am noticing there is also, just to go along with what we were talking about earlier, on page 24, we're looking at a $600,000 increase. Wait a minute. No, I'm wrong. It's yes, from the first year to the second year of the budget, there's a $600,000 increase on page 24 under the general funds for personnel, from the first year of the budget to the second year. So if that could be explained as well, because from the current budget, the 2021 budget, to the 21-22 budget, there is no, there's very little increase, and then all of a sudden it's a $600,000 increase. So that would be appreciated on 24 under the state prison section.
Thank you. We'll provide that information for you.
Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take a second back up, and take a big view here. I don't think anybody wants more people in jails and prisons in Maine. And I think, obviously when we're talking about the corrections budget, the most straightforward way to staying within reason here, not increasing spending and not unnecessarily, we got to keep people out of these facilities. So, and it's this committee's job to determine which crimes are punishable by incarceration. So my question, I guess, just to Commissioner Liberty, this maybe is not the time for this discussion, but is there a certain class or maybe just broad type of crime that lands people in our jails and prisons that maybe we should just not have there in the first place? I mean, we incarcerate a lot of people in this country and in the state of Maine per capita when you look at other countries, and I'm just wondering, how do we overall reduce the number of people in jails? Is there a classification of crime that we should be not incarcerating people for?
I've been in this business for 39 years, and that's a very broad criminal justice reform sort of discussion, right? We all know that mental health, substance use disorder, trauma, neglect, poverty, all of those things lead people to incarceration. There are a lot of, the more you can fund and assist individuals with all of those issues on the outside and create diversion, that makes sense for all of us. We can all agree to that. The question, for me is the Commissioner of Corrections, I need to be able to fund and safely secure and reduce recidivism through programming for those individuals that are in my care. And in order to do that, I need funds to do that. And if there is a crime they've committed, whatever that may be, and the judiciary through the judicial process determines they need to be incarcerated, I want to be able to provide that care that will reduce recidivism and again, reduce future victimization.
Thank
you. So that's what I need for, that's why I need a budget that I have.
Agreed. And I just real quick, I mean, you said substance abuse right there. Do we need to be locking people up in your view for a lot of these substance abuse crimes that we're putting people in there for?
Well, the challenge for me, and I've done, I worked the street for many, many years with Senator Searway and others. The challenge is no one's locked up for substance use disorder. They're locked up for the burglaries, the robberies, the thefts, all of those things that may be related to their substance use disorder, but they're victims and they're crimes, and that's what they're locked up for, right? So they're victims, and there's harm done to the community that there must be a consequence for, and that's where I land with that. Although they may have a disorder or something, there are many people that have substance use disorder that do not commit crimes and do not arrive in jail and deal with it in other ways.
Gotcha. All right.
I see Representative Reckitt and then Representative Pickett.
I have a couple of general observations and things that I think ought to be taken into account, not only by us, but by the department as they think through all this stuff. One is I'm looking at page 25 where Representative Radinke was asking us to look. And I agree it would be nice to know what those other two figures are, but I would remind people that we're talking about budgets in the 2021 and the 2022, or the 2022 and 2023 budget. So depending upon what we get for figures for fiscal year 20 and 21, we're still going to be getting budgets, not actual expenditures. So I think that we have to remember there's a difference between those two things. Maybe less than what was budgeted, or there might have been some reason why it had to be increased. But generally speaking, I think that we just need to remember that what we're looking on at this page is a budget, not the actual expenditures for that particular piece. Sorry, my voice is like gone wacko. The other thing is that I think we also have to remember that, and I think it's articulated as the Federal Expenditures Fund. I assume that's where the COVID relief stuff went, not just for the pay increase for guards or other people, but may have landed on some other areas of the budget. And I think that if we look at the $1 trillion that was done in federal relief, it's not all coming here, unfortunately, but if we have, if there is appropriations that went to corrections having to do with the COVID relief funds, we have to remind ourselves that those are not guaranteed for subsequent years, and that we have to look at what we use them for, which we were probably directed to use for a particular reason. And we have to keep that in mind as we're looking at the budget versus actual and projections as well. That's all. My little mini budgetary lecture from probably operating a facility that's had some of the same concerns when I tried to explain my budget to my board of directors.
Thank you, Representative Reckitt. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, in response to the answer you gave to Representative Lookner, I thought that was well said, and I just wanted to emphasize that everything you said is exactly what we should be trying to do. But we also, I think you hit on it, but I want to make it clear, but not at the expense of public safety. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, of course. I think the number one concern for all of us in the criminal justice system is public safety, keeping our citizenry safe. And that's critically important.
Thank you.
And I think it's just really important for us to remember that even those of us that want to reform the system, we got babies too, right? Mm-hmm. And we want to keep this life safe too. So I just want to be really clear, because we do that a lot. We try to talk about some people care about safety and some people don't. And I want to be really clear that I want to reform this system very badly, but I also care about public safety. And I don't think that it's a black or white choice. And I don't think that Representative Lookner thinks it's a black or white choice either. So let's try to all just remember that, because we kind of tend to try to do that a bunch. And I think we all agree that one of the reasons we're all here is because we care so much about public safety. That's why we chose this committee. So we are at 12:30, and we said that our plan was to sort of get our feet wet on the budget, take a break at 12:30, come back at 1 and start on the DPS budget, work on the DPS budget until 3, and then be done for the day. Any final thoughts, questions, complaints, ideas? Yes, Commissioner, please.
I would just like to ask that as additional questions come up today, tomorrow, whatever, best if you can forward those to us, and we'll do the research and we'll be best prepared for additional questions. So I'd like to have all the answers for you next time we meet. And I look forward to that. And I appreciate the dialogue. It's obvious that this committee cares an awful lot about public safety and the residents in our care. And I look forward to working with you moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just a reminder to you, and if you could remind Anna and other folks, if one committee member has asked the question, we all want the answer. Please don't ever send information just to one committee member. Please send it to Jane, and Jane will make sure that every committee member has it. And that's just so that we're all sharing equal information. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just want to be clear. I just want to be very clear here. I am not in any way questioning the motives of anybody on this committee. I think we all want the same thing. But having worked in the line of work I've done for 40 years, public safety is extremely important to me, as it is to all of us. And I was no way pointing fingers at anybody. But at the same time, I want to make sure myself that everything that I do in this committee thinks of not only the person that ends up being accountable for doing something wrong, but also the victim of who they wronged. And that was my point, and I want to make it very clear that that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
I hear you very loud and clear. And my point was that we all do too. We all feel that way. I think that that is why we are so committed to this work. We all want both things.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Lookner.
Sorry, I'll be quick. And thank you, Representative Pickett, for saying that. I didn't construe what you were saying as any, impugning my motives or anything like that. But, in my view, some crimes are victimless and maybe just don't deserve, that they're not really a threat to public safety. It's just something in the code that is creating an incarceration problem. That's where I'm coming from. Don't want to spend our entire lunch talking about it, but thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, everybody, for this morning. We got our feet under us for this budget, which we'll tackle in good stead on Monday, starting at 10. But let's all be back together at 1 o'clock. Jane or Senator DeChambeau, anything to add? Oh, Deb, Senator DeChambeau wants to vote, I'm sure, on Senator Stewart's bill and Representative Costain's bill. Let's give her a chance to look at the second one because it's divided. We only will do this sort of ask people to vote when it's a unanimous, you know what I mean? Otherwise, people might want to have a chance to look at it. So, Senator DeChambeau, we voted Senator Stewart's bill this morning unanimously, and we want to give you the opportunity to vote.
I wasn't going to record that. I thought I was okay.
Do you want to wait?
Well, we're in the budget. I was, I don't know. I was thinking of doing the fact that I wasn't here. I was going to call the president's office as I normally do.
You're welcome to do that. I just wanted to afford you the same opportunity you afforded me the other day, which was
And
just to
if
get it
the other-
done.
If the other one was divided, I want to look at that.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
I'm not taking that crap and that's the way.
Deb?
Yes.
Okay. You have DPS biennial, not DOC.
Are we doing DPS this afternoon? Or we're continuing?
No, I thought it was, am I wrong? I thought it was all corrections today. I may be wrong.
It's a DOC this afternoon, Senator.
It's DOC this afternoon, is it not?
No, DPS.
My mistake. I gotta change all my paperwork now. Okay, my fault. Thank you. Representative Luckner. I can't wait for us to go for our tours. I will personally hold your hand and show you where I work.
Please do. I'm afraid of going into corrections by myself, so your
no.
hand holding will be appreciated.
It sounds like you guys are planning a date.
Yeah.
You're up for big trouble, Representative Luckner.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. No, what will frighten you probably is the first gate that slams behind you. That's it.
Clink. Going in the clink.
All right, Senator, do you want to take over this afternoon or do you want me to do it?
I don't have anything to say, so I will.
Okay. So you'll do it. Great.
I'm glad you asked that question about probation. That's another thing. We don't go for a tour, but if anyone wants to, I can arrange for some of you to meet with some probation officers or the regional manager. People who have gone through the decades, you know, who know the changes. And that's why I wanted to say that about, in the old days, they used to have like 60 or 80 on their caseload, and they were saying that they were busy. Well, what's the tendency? If you don't have an assessment that says this guy needs more attention than this guy, you tend to stay with the same easy ones, okay? You take up all your time with easy ones. This way you can look at your whole caseload and know, and your supervisor knows that you're supposed to see these 10 guys or 12 guys or gals more often than these. So it's a good system.
It'll be interesting to talk more about it as we work through that part of the budget.
Hey, Senator.
Uh-oh, I know what's coming.
Senator. She turned her mic off again.
She's on mute.
On my way back from my appointment this morning, I took the detour to Subway. Now I'm going to look for your address, and I'll keep you quiet for a while.
Overnight it though. Overnight it. 'Cause if not, it will be stale.
Yep. Okay.
What I wanted to say to you though is I had a different question for you today.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, either you are very, very good at keeping water in your bouquet behind you and your flowers behind you,
No,
or they're
these are
fake.
new.
They're
These
new.
are
I'm
new.
gonna say they either got to be fake, new, or they got to be something.
No. Listen, I don't get to go out. This is my home right here in this corner, you know, many hours a day.
Send me a couple of those roses at the same time you send the sandwich, because that way there I could use it as a peace offering with my
No,
wife
no.
when I'm here all day.
No, the roses are going to Representative Costain.
That's right. Thank you, Senator.
Okay. So,
I'm hurt
2,
now.
3, 4, 5, 6, okay. Do you guys have to run down to the CAF or do you bring your sandwich?
No, we have to run down. Well, Dan Newman stays here. He brings his lunch. He's the only smart one amongst us. And then Dan and I and Shelley and Scott usually go downstairs, but Scott's at home today. And Shelley is downstairs somewhere, set up down there. And Dan and I have already been down to the cafeteria, been back, ate, and ready to go.
Okay. So we've got public safety now?
I think we do.
Till 3?
Yep.
Okay. Charlotte, did you get the bills that CLAC are going to review Friday?
Yes.
Could you send that to me? I was going to ask.
I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
You copy me as well?
You got it. You want me to just send it to the whole committee?
Sure.
I'll do that right now.
Representative Warren,
Yeah.
do you have the link for that meeting Friday?
I'll send you the agenda and you send back to the person that sent it to me that you'd like to be there and she'll send you a link. She sends individual links.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. We have a quorum. Do we have Commissioner Sawchuk? Would you want us to introduce ourselves all over again? Representative Warren?
No, not necessarily. No, thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any new members that haven't been with us this morning? They may want to introduce themselves.
I don't see the commissioner, do I? No. Now, did you want to make, or we go right into questions, do you? Do you want to go right into questions or have him make a statement?
What we did last time was started off, and I just sent the email, that's what I was working on, but from CLAC, but we started off to see if Jane had anything to add first, and then to hear from the commissioner if he'd like to start us off.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we'll just start with general conversation is what we did last time. Folks didn't really have the opportunity to ask a lot of questions at the public hearing, so we could do that today. And then when we get through those, we'll start walking through and, doing the process.
Jane?
Yeah, I think everybody in the attendee list needs to be brought over to be panelists. They're all with the department.
I just got a note from Commissioner Sawchuk. He can see us, but he's waiting to get in.
Right. And they all need to be let in.
I'm bringing them over right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's the first time I let a police officer in for someone asking me to go in. And the big chief, too.
Now I know why I can't get into the committee.
Welcome.
Why, thank you very much. This is a very fun group today. You guys are having a great time.
Yeah, we played a game on you, I guess. We had you wait outside the door. Okay. Well, Commissioner Sawchuk, we had an interesting intro with the Commissioner of Corrections this morning. There'll be some questions, and I'm sure you can answer them. We're not going to go with introductions. We did that this morning. Anyone who's interested, you see our names right underneath our picture. So I will begin and ask if our policy analyst, Jane Overton, has any comments to make. No. So we can go right into the Department of Public Safety's biennium budget. And welcome again, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Thank you very much, Senator. It's good to see everybody, Representative Warren and members of the committee. I don't have any prepared remarks. I think you heard 16 pages the other day. Happy to answer anything that you have. I know Jane has coordinated, I think, 4 additional meetings. So whether I'm taking those questions today and I can get back to you at one of those later sessions, I'm certainly happy to do that. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention Assistant to the Commissioner Kendra Coates is on the call, Colonel Cody, Lieutenant Colonel Harwood, Director McKinney from Maine Drug Enforcement, as well as Brody Hinckley from Communications. I didn't bring all of the 9 bureau directors in, just based on previous conversations and questions that we've received along the way. And I do have some background information that I would expect I'll send out this week in preparation for Monday. A piece of that would be the MIAC budget, which has been mentioned, and some vacancy questions around that. So there's certainly some information that we're finalizing that I'm happy to touch on today and probably dig in further on Monday. But again, I'm here for you, as is the rest of the team, and happy to dig in wherever you like.
Good, thank you. Anyone want to begin? Have a question? Senator Seaway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, just a broad question I had is, I know with the COVID, you know, there was less arrest and less, you know, activity as far as, you know, trying to take the little small things. And I didn't know if there was less wear and tear, if there's less usage of certain equipment and buildings that was all taken in consideration when you did your budget. I just wanted to, just a broad overview of that.
Yeah, sure thing. We were working with the Maine Prosecutors Association, Maine Chiefs, Maine Sheriffs, and certainly here at DPS, I think, to take a leadership role in really curtailing a lot of the proactive enforcement that we do day in and day out. Freely admit there's been a little bit of an ebb and flow of that. Certainly peak COVID really had slowed down for the well-being of everybody, to mitigate the threat to our officers and our teams, as well as reduce the interaction with the general public. So we were focused on some of those more life safety oriented issues. So that's not you're going 10 miles per hour over the speed limit. That's somebody who's doing criminal speed. That's somebody that's in a dangerous situation. That doesn't mean that, you know, we were turning away from OUIs as an example and some of those other things, but we weren't actively out knocking on doors and following up on warrants and things of that nature. I think that naturally led, as far as the supplemental budget conversation, that led to reduced mileage for the state police, as an example, who work, and it's a shocking number, you know, 10 million to 12 million miles a year on cruisers. So naturally that slowed down a little bit. So there's a lot of those things that I think we certainly took into play. That doesn't mean that they're naturally going to carry over to 22, 23 in all those circumstances. But it certainly made sense for everybody that we take a leadership role in controlling that proactive activity.
Yeah, I didn't know if it affected like the number of cruises that you needed because of less mileage. If there's, you know, those type of things, you know, that may fall into play. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. I do think that we lean on our fleet services team. What I do know around equipment replacement and service is that when you get behind, it's actually costs you more money because then you start losing drivetrains and serious things rather than changing the oil and doing some of that more general maintenance. So we were able to cut back on cruisers from 56 to like 38, and I have that number here. But that's a one-time situation that will have to come back up to speed if we want to ultimately save money down the road.
Yeah, thank you.
As a follow-up, Commissioner, when you said, reduce mileage and everything else because of COVID, some of those costs you submitted in as a curtailment, right? Where you could save money from your budget, is that correct?
Yeah, I think a lot of that would fall under the supplemental that we've already worked through, and I think AFA took a run at yesterday as well. And for that, I believe the recommendations from criminal justice went through. We voted those out, or you voted those out in a previous session. I will tell you that Kendra did a lot of amazing work as far as the financing around new cruisers, and we did put together a little package on that, some answers for Representative Millette on AFA that we're happy to share with you there as well. And that's kind of some creative financing under the COPS program, which is the leasing program where we buy cruisers. So definitely in real money savings. And you may remember from our testimony, we've got lines in there, we're saying $350 in savings because that's how granular we got in this budget process. But in the cruiser side of the house, that's well up in the $700,000-800,000 savings. And that comes down to Kendra's ingenuity and her financial background.
Good, thank you. Have a question from Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioner. I know I've
Hello,
asked.
Representative. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I know I've asked you this before, and it's my fault for not keeping my notes all in the right places, but I'm trying to get a sense, and I'm trying to find in the budget, where does the flow through or the grant money that DPS has, and how much does it go to our PDs? And kind of backing up from that, how many PDs do we have in the state, local PDs, and how many full-time officers do we have in the state, and how many part-time officers do we have in the state? And I'm sorry for asking that again, because I know I asked you that last year.
Yeah, sure. So there are about 165 agencies, and that includes state and county and municipal law enforcement agencies. I could get you specific numbers. There's about 3,500 law enforcement officers in the state. About 2,700 of those are full-time officers. But I can get you literally exact numbers from the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and we're happy to do that.
Great. And then where in the budget document do we find the funding that flows from state general fund through DPS to the PDs? What page is that on?
Well, I guess it's an interesting question, right? We don't fund local police departments. They may have pass-through funds for grants, if that's what you're referring to. Grants where we may be the state sponsoring administrator or SSA, but we don't fund, local or other state agencies, right? DPS itself, that would be the Maine State Police, Maine Drug Enforcement, the Capitol Police, as well as the arson investigation arm for the Fire Marshal's Office. That's our investigators, right? That's our budget. The other local agencies are largely funded by municipal and county budgets.
Oh, I see. Okay, so any flow through grants would be federal grants.
Yes, to my knowledge, and I'll check with the team and get back to you for sure. But I'm not familiar with any state level grants that we're facilitating to local PDs. As you may remember, there's some substance use disorder grants that are state money that we continue to fund, but not law enforcement level grants. So the pass-through federal grants would come through the Highway Safety Bureau. There's a lot of grants that come there, as well as other larger buckets that come from the federal government.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Sure.
Representative Renicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, are you answering questions on the capital budget as well?
I'm here for you. I will answer whatever you got. And if not, I'll get back to you for sure.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you were here, because I'm digging down a little bit on the different budgets just because I have questions more than anything. On the Capitol Police budget, we have an increase of little over $100,000 from $115,000 from the 2021 budget to the 21-22 budget. And I was wondering if we can get an explanation of where that 115,000 comes from, and then to the following year, the 22-23, it's an additional $14,000 in the budget. So if we could get an explanation onto the increase there, that would certainly be helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I'm still working on some others, so I will probably have some questions in a few minutes.
Absolutely. Please do.
Anyone else want to focus on something else? Does everybody know how sometimes local police, no, I'm not going to say that because I'm not sure if, it's not that it's confidential, but I don't want to jeopardize any jeopardy. So I'll talk to the commissioner before I can ask that question. So. Representative Renicki, we'll be waiting for you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, we can just move through. So I'm looking at page 42. The consolidated emergency communication budget has a pretty good increase over between 21-22 to 22-23. There's a $200,000 increase over the next 2 years, and I was wondering if we could get an explanation on that.
I am taking notes as we go. Sure.
Okay. Just flipping through real quick. If I could actually get if you go to the end of this section on your budget and stuff, and it gives the totals for the 21-22 and then the 22-23. There is no previous history on the totals there. And that's certainly helpful because if I have to go through and add it up myself, I just don't want to make sure I don't add any extras in that I'm not supposed to. That might be a duplicate number. So if we could actually get the history totals there, that would be helpful. And okay, I'm still looking. If there's anybody else, I can hold on.
I have a brief question if I could do that while she's looking
Yeah,
for
yeah. Well, I was just going to go to Representative Reckett. Go right ahead.
As you were talking, Senator, with the commissioner about the stuff you don't want to ask him about because it might cause somebody troubles in the wrong place. My guess is that what you might be thinking about is the number of officers that are essentially loaned to the state functions in order to effectuate them. I'm thinking of DEA particularly. But there are other places as well. The number of people who teach at the academy who are not paid with state funds, but are loaned from local departments. And that I think is not visible in the budget. I don't believe, Commissioner, unless I'm crazy.
You are not crazy, Representative, and it is good to see you. I'm just looking very quickly to lock in, as an example, the Academy received 9,940 hours of donated instructor time from 119 different agencies in 2020. And that's with the incredibly abbreviated instruction because of COVID, and one active class that occurred in 2020 and was ultimately suspended and brought back. And we were able to finish that up through the great work of the folks there. There's approximately 50 officers overall on the task force side of the house for Maine drug enforcement. And to speak to the Academy again, there's roughly 4 to 6 cadre at any given time for an Academy class. But I can firm up those numbers for you as well.
It's not, to me, I don't need to know that. What I needed to just reemphasize is that there's money coming into, there's efforts coming into the DPS efforts as a result of contributions essentially from local and county government. So.
Yeah, and really the average yearly volunteer number of hours is usually about 20,000, right? Double of where we're at. But again, because of COVID, and Maine is really unique in that regard. So that's why the amount of money that it costs to send an individual trainee to the Academy is so low in comparison to every other state in the country, because agencies have bought in to that volunteer instruction style program.
Commissioner, if I could just ask a follow-up question on that. In those figures that you quote, and I'm not asking you to nail them down, do you count the contributions of others who are not sworn officers who have volunteered? I mean, I'm thinking of myself when I taught at the Academy years ago. I was came as a result of my work, and I donated that time, and I know that's still happening with others. So is the approximately 20,000 hours you're talking about include people like that or not?
It certainly does. And as you know, and took part on, the best training that we can ever give, no matter what the category is a team approach, where we have those subject matter experts, in many cases, advocates that are coming from the community to work with law enforcement in that atmosphere. And those numbers are absolutely included in that 20,000-ish total.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a few hours in that too, so. Representative Reckitt, not Reckitt, Rudnicki. I have to look at your name and say it at the same time. Rudnicki.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was just noticing a couple things, because I don't object to when it's $1,000 or $2,000 or $2,000 or something like increases, because you expect those type of increases with raises and that type of thing. But it's the significant ones that I look at that I'm looking for, just explanations. And on page 58, which is the fire marshal's office, we're looking at an $85,000 increase from 2021 to the 21-22, and then an additional 10,000 from the 22 to the 23. So if I could just get an explanation on that one, that would be great.
Sure thing. And I apologize, Representative, when you say page 58, when I'm looking at our overall budget, I'm looking like A439 through A456.
We're in committee. I don't know what you want me to.
Jane?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is that, Commissioner, you're using the original budget document, and the committee is using the report back template that was given to them by appropriations. I apologize for that mix up today. I will send you the report back template so you have that, so you at least know what numbers we're looking at.
That would be great. Yeah, so we're all at least on the same page. No pun intended. That would be perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look for it also, because when I saw it, I thought it was the same one and I had already printed So you mean I gotta do this all over again? Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. Okay. Representative Renicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I think for this section of the budget, I think I'm good with the, on waiting on those explanations. So thank you.
Yay! Anyone else? Now's your chance.
Senator Searway has his hand up.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I've noticed, ammo's gone up in a lot of areas, and it's almost like doubled. And I don't know if that's been accounted, for in your budget. I know it's for training and whatever, and it's getting pretty costly. So didn't know if you had any info on that.
Yes, it certainly has gone up. I don't have the specifics on that, but I've certainly lived that in a previous world, line by line style. As some people on the call are familiar, we do have full-time firearms folks, primarily with the Maine State Police, that assist us with tracking down, some of those items. And then we will follow through with a regular RFP process to purchase the best price, depending on what we're looking for. Whether there's a difference between duty ammo and practice ammo, qual ammo, and all those things that go along with it.
That, just to follow up, that begs the question, with ammunition, does the department have a contract with a particular dealer? I mean, you just don't go to the Kittery Trading Post 4 times a week, do you?
We do not. That would be strange, I think, pulling in and loading the back of the SUV. So yes, we would. I don't know exactly who that is, but just like any other state purchasing process, when you talk about an agency the size of the Maine State Police, as an example, with 325 sworn, with qualification and regular practice, that's certainly a line item. I'm just not overly familiar with exactly who that vendor is.
Thank you. I clicked on my participants and it's supposed to show me who's next. One moment. And it's not doing it. So now I have to pay attention. I'm gonna go with Pickett, Morales, Renicki. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, sir.
On the Capitol Police budget, we still haven't heard back whether or not we have a chief or when the process of having a new chief or whatever. I know you can't talk about those kind of negotiations, but is in your budget for Capitol Police, is there the funding for that police chief's position, regardless of who it may be, is that included in your budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, no matter what the scenario is, right? We will have a chief of the Capitol Police Department, so that is definitely budgeted and included.
Have any idea on a timeline on that, on when we might know that?
No, sir. Well, we're certainly working with HR, and those conversations are ongoing and regular. So I'm certainly working with them and others on that particular topic. I wish I could give you more information, but unfortunately I can't.
I understand that. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I was wondering around your comment that there've been lower numbers of arrests during COVID, and that we know from a lot of the data that we've seen from the judicial branch. Do you as on numbers of arrests and convictions? I'm going to turn my video off. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we've still got you.
All right, sorry. I think I'm losing internet. Do you follow up and kind of review the numbers of cases filed in court based on the practices of law enforcement in Maine?
do we as DPS, what I can say is that there is an access integrity unit through the Maine State Police that collect crime data through national reporting mandates with the FBI. So we do that analysis with UCR, which is now going to be NIBRS down the road, and we're switching over to that now. So that's how we can determine things like, crime's been down 56% over the last 8 years as a total. So those are the kind of information that we know. But if you're asking specifically, does DPS know what the arrests are in Pickett County? Then no, I don't have that information. That would come through the judicial branch, however.
Yeah, and I'm looking on my other screen at just sort of the trends of going down, and I have this one data point that the judicial branch made, and it shows from 2017. There's this probably better than all of us, but there's about 45,000 to 50,000 criminal cases filed every year, and 26% of them are the young people between 18 and 24 around. So I'm looking at that data because I'm really concerned about, how do we keep our young people without criminal contact and connections? How do we get them the services and connect them to the housing and the job force and kind of those aspirations of, future aspirations, which we know will help them. So I'm looking at that data, but it's just striking to me and just thinking about the role of DPS and wanting to know what is the human impact of the actions that you're taking. And then does it have the results that you want them to have? And so I'm just wondering about that process. Is this something that you are thinking about? And is this kind of data versus just the numbers we get from the feds, something of interest for your department to analyze when you think about performance measurement?
Sure. When I look at those yearly crime numbers as an example, and sorry for looking down, I was pulling that out of a stack here. 2019, which is the last total year we have currently in play, adult arrests decreased by 3.7%. And then juvenile arrests decreased by 12.7%. So that's information, general arrest information across the state. That's the information that we do receive. Sure, I do believe that conversations that we're regularly involved with heavily currently with the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Behavioral Health, those are focused on diversion opportunities. And many of those diversion opportunities do fall under that general umbrella of behavioral health issues, whether it's mental health, substance use disorders, or in many cases, the co-occurring aspects of both.
I think I'm listening to Representative Morales. I'm going to follow up on that. And I'm going to ask you, Commissioner, to put your Portland Police Chief hat on for a minute. When you were chief, or maybe generalize about other chiefs, and you look at that national crime report data, let's say you focus on Portland or what have you, what goes through, what do you gather from that information? And do you know of a time when you use that information to probably change manpower or get new programs or something? What does that tell you?
Yeah, sure. I would say that the way the systems were created and currently operate, as the chief of the Portland Police Department, where literally I spent years on every Wednesday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon facilitating a ComStat meeting where we would look at every crime in the city of Portland, and we would look for patterns and trends and opportunities, lessons learned, best practices, and we would look at that for resource allocation, which you just mentioned. Where do we need to put people and why? As well as looking at our overall mission and trying to determine if in fact we were matching that. And if an individual, as an example, was popping up on the radar for a bunch of different things, that's an opportunity to ask why. And see if we have our behavioral health team plugged in with that individual, What kind of services do they need? What's going on in this particular neighborhood? We've got a bunch of burglaries here that we don't have in other areas. Why is that? What's the time frames they're occurring? So that you can move people around, you can share information. Information sharing is obviously incredibly important for our work. And so when you have 21.2 square miles, right, which needs to be said from a contextual standpoint, it's a lot easier to do that when there's a laser-like focus on one municipality. As the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety with no regulatory authority over others, when I get this annual crime report, I'm asking the Maine State Police as an example, what are you seeing for patterns and trends? But they're not covering every community across the state, obviously. So crime is very local in Maine. So while one community may have heavy robberies this year in comparison to last year, they're the ones that can actually answer why that is rather than a state-led entity. At least that's been my experience to this point. When we talk about arsons, I can talk to the fire marshal's office, right? I can talk to our investigators. I can talk to Maine Drug Enforcement about what they're seeing. We can talk to the homicide investigators with the Maine State Police who do the vast majority of those investigations year in and year out. But as far as general crime trends, it's not as easy as it would be being focused on one municipality or county for that matter.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for that. I have Representative Renecki and Representative Morales. Do you still have your hand up, or is that a second time?
Sorry, I'll take it down. Thank you.
Okay. So Representative Renecki followed by, and Representative Warren, did you have your hand up for a while or just put it okay? So Renecki versus, I don't mean versus Warren. Renecki followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
A lot of fun when I chair it, isn't it?
It's okay. Thank you very much. So as I was moving forward, I actually had forgotten to go over the couple of pages. If we go under the, it's actually page 2, under when we start looking at the initiatives on the state police budget is where I'm at. I have a couple of questions concerning that. Just because I noticed some shifts and I just want to make sure I understand them. If we look at, first of all, let's go with the 0291 on page 1, which is just the DNA test kits. There's no cost for that in the second year. Is there any reasoning behind that?
Yeah, sure. So in our testimony, that's actually one that we did cover. There is a formula style DNA grant that every state gets across the country. In years past, we've received great support to purchase high input DNA analyzers. And we were able to use that funding, that grant funding, to purchase additional DNA test kits in this particular proposal. And as again, contextually speaking, that's $30,000 for 500 of those DNA tests. So they're pricey, not something that we can control necessarily. But so that's where that's why we don't need funding in that 1 year. We were able to pick it up with the DNA grant.
Okay, thank you. I thought so, but I just wanted to confirm that. And then if we go over on to the next page, on page 2, and it's just, it looks like it's just a shift from one line to another, but I just want to confirm that. If we go to under the state police 0291 initiative, and it's basically it's the level of overtime and stuff. Is that just kind of a shift out of the regular portion into just a separate line? Is that what I'm reading it as?
Again, I apologize. I don't have the right template to go line by line with you, so I apologize.
Sorry.
But there's an overtime component that we covered during the testimony, and what that is that's a pass-through fund that essentially entities contract with us to provide services. So we are paying Maine State Troopers overtime out of a fund. And then as these outside entities are paying us, that's going back in the fund. So that should be a zero-sum game there. But if it's patrol style overtime, I'll have to just check on that, Representative, get back to you. I don't want to give you bad information.
Okay, it kind of looks like it's just kind of like a shift, but I just wanted to just double check it versus more of a net impact situation than anything. And I guess that's where I'm at on some of it. If we look at, I guess, just the program summary on that, I'm definitely seeing a shift, but we're still looking at about $1 million increase. So I was just, but I do want to commend you on, some of the, it's nice to see some negatives on some of this stuff. But I appreciate that.
I'm very proud of the team. They did a lot of work. And I mentioned it earlier, there's a reason that you see $350 off here or off there, is because they really, really dove in deep on these things. And, it may sound foolish, but we turned in like 100 landline phones, right? Because in 2021, we're paying $339 per. Do we need to do that in 2021? Who's sitting at their desk using a landline? It just doesn't happen as much as it once did. So we were able to do everything from there. And how many fax lines do we need at the DPS headquarters? Not that many. There's not a lot of people throwing faxes around at the moment. So it's good to have one in case that needs to happen. But so it went from that level to, again, I've talked about this before. I'm very proud of the garage folks and the work that they did to save a lot of money there. Just some pretty innovative stuff along the way. So, and you'll see a lot of those shifts. Some of those are grant oriented. We may have been, 60% of this position. Well, maybe it's really should be 75, right? Because let's look at their programming. Let's look at the work that they do. Let's dive into that next level to see if can we charge that to a federal grant versus some other kind of funding. So I'm glad. I appreciate you acknowledging that. I think the team did a lot of work on this budget.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I basically the questions that I had, that you've taken care of that, and with the answers that we're waiting for, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Hello, Representative.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, thank you. I thought if folks didn't have other questions, which I sort of saw a reduction in hand raising, maybe we could sort of start off on what Representative Rudnicki was just commenting on. There are some savings that we could possibly vote in and start the work that way and start moving through this budget. What do people think about that? Unless there are more questions, I don't want to stop those, but we could start the votes on this budget.
Am I the only one that doesn't have the up-to-date one? I didn't print that one out. Everybody has the up-to-date one? The one that has page 1, page 40? Okay, well, all right. I'll try to keep up.
You're not alone.
Oh, well, that's just it.
Right.
It was the one that I sent out and said, this is what we'll use to walk through the budget, just to help you find the email. It's that particular one. Jane maybe sent it. Oh no, Jane sent it again this morning. So it'll be that one. If you send that to your printer real quick, you'll just the DPS section, you'll have it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go
I almost misspoke. I didn't mean to. Okay. I am. If you don't see me, I'm in La La Land for about 5 minutes. So go right ahead.
Okay, I'll start us. Thank you. On page 35 is the first page of the Department of Public Safety budget. And I'm looking at initiative 0088. It's administration, and it's a savings of $335 for office supplies. And I would make a motion to move this in. Now, just to remind you guys how this happens, the process would be, unless somebody, and I'm not gonna have any judgment. If you've got any reason to stop the vote or you don't want it just moved in with a group, just say so. And we'll stop on that one. Okay, we'll hold that one out. So I'm gonna say on this one, this is just gonna be added to the list. I'd like to move this one in unless
Seconded.
anybody objects to that. And we'll
Seconded.
just do it as a straw vote at this point, Richard, if that's cool. Anybody have an issue with that one? Saving $335 a year. Jane, you have an issue with saving 330? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
No, but could you just remind us again what the initiative number is and the.
I'm sorry, yes. It is, oh, do you want, should I use the reference number? Yes, I should use the reference number, excuse me. The reference number is 2290. And it is a savings of $335 both years. And I'd just like that to add that to the list of what we're going to automatically move in together at some point. Looks like everybody's cool with that. The next reference number is on the next page. It's page 36. It's reference number 2291. And this is funding for professional services. It's an increase of about 16,000 in the first year and 18,000 in the next year. Everybody cool with, yes, Representative Pluker?
So if I just wanted an explanation of what that meant, though I probably am okay with voting it in, would now be the time to ask for that? Or
Perfect, yes, thank you, great. Go for
yes,
it.
if Commissioner Soster could just explain what that means.
And I apologize. I ran next door to see if we had that template so I could walk through with you exactly which category was that again. I apologize.
That's reference number 2291.
Yeah, I don't have the reference number, so because we don't have that version. But what bureau was that in? Because the savings will be in our testimony, and I can tell you what that is. I just won't have a reference number in front of me.
It's if you want me to continue, Chair, sorry, it's Administration Public Safety 0088. The initiative provides funding for professional services to align with available resources.
Okay, yeah, and this is standard, right? So this is indirect charges to our bureaus. The state is an interesting beast that I guess I'm administration and I charge my own bureaus to facilitate HR and financial services. So that's actually what that increase is. As their budgets go up, the bureaus actually pay us as administration additional money to facilitate those processes.
A follow-up, Madam Chair.
Please.
So professional services is your service that you're charging to your bureau.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah,
thank you.
That's exactly right.
Anybody else with questions on that one? And if not, are we good to add that to the list of moving in? Okay, looks like it. I'm now going to go to background checks, Commissioner, certified nursing assistants. And this is reference 2374. And it's a savings of $119 in both years. Everybody okay with that? Okay. I'm going on to page 38. And this is Capitol Police. This is reference number 2296. And it provides funding for the technology rates set by DAFs and OIT. It's $7,422 per year. Everyone all right with adding that to the list, or any questions, or anybody want to hold that one aside?
I would hold that aside. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Okay, we'll put that one aside. And Jane will give us updated, I'll just write on here that we're going to hold that one aside. Yes, Representative Pickett.
That's what I was going to say. I was okay with just having a explanation of what that was for. That's all.
Yes, Commissioner, would you give us an explanation of that one?
Sure thing. So as Representative Warren actually just mentioned, so that's just a rate increase from the Office of Information Technology specific to the Capitol Police. So that's a rate that they set. We did go through the entire list with OIT to make sure that everything we have is completely up to date. And those are rate increases that are set by another state level department.
Thank you.
Senator, you still want me to hold that one aside?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Let me think about this.
Sure. Okay, so we'll hold that one aside. Next, I'm on reference number 2297, also Capitol Police, funding for the purchase of equipment and technology in the Bureau of Capitol Police program out of the Federal Expenditures Fund. And Commissioner, it's 5,000 over each year.
Yes, and that allows for us to provide a match for federal grant funding. And that's all that is, to allow us to help facilitate those. When budgets are tight, there wouldn't even be $5,000 available to allow you to get 100,000, right? Just to throw a number at it. So that's all that is to provide a matching fund for federal grants.
Everyone okay with moving that one in? Yes, Representative Pluker.
Thank you. Commissioner Sostek, do you have an idea of the equipment that you'd be purchasing or the technology?
I do not, but I'm happy to check into that. It's a good question.
I guess I prefer to move out until we know that answer.
Okay, we're going to hold that one aside. Okay, I'm moving on to computer crimes is on page 40. And I'm looking at the first initiative, which is initiative 2268, and it's a savings of $380 each year, reduces funding in the general fund and highway fund to recognize savings of technology cost. Everyone fine with moving that one in? Seeing no issues with that one, we'll go ahead. That was number 2268, in case I didn't say that. 2269 is savings for office supply costs. It's a savings of $500 each year. Everyone okay with adding that to the list that we're going to move in? Okay. I want to ask you, Commissioner, about the computer crimes unit. And not only because we generally have a larger conversation about the computer crimes unit and backlogs and, just struggling with staffing. So I want to get a sense of how it's going, but also flag, I'm sure you know this, and I'm wondering if you asked Senator Diamond to put this in. So he does have a bill that is taking highway fund money to fund another position in the computer crimes unit.
Yes, we did not ask Senator Diamond to do that, but he did approach us. As probably everybody on this call is familiar, Senator Diamond's been a champion of this particular unit for a long, long time, and he's received a lot of support from the other legislators, many of you included. I would say that having expected this particular question for sure, we did go in. We don't have a computer forensics backlog at this time. However, on the investigative side, there are very, very heavy caseloads to include 75 cases per investigator, which is very high. When we look back to 2016, they were receiving approximately 374 cyber tips per year from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. 2020, they received 1,100, 374 to 1,100. And, one of the things that we discuss on a regular basis, I think we're going to find with 2020 that there are aspects of crime stats and things that we touched on earlier that are going to go down naturally. Bless you. If you're home, it makes it that much more difficult to break into your home, correct? So there's things like that make common sense. But we also have our youth, our kids that are at home, tucked in, for incredibly long hours with schools and COVID being where they are, so that they're in a position where they may be victimized even more. And that's certainly something that we're really concerned about moving forward. So that remains to be seen, as we look at some of these things, a little later in 21, we'll look back at 20, but definitely a concern of ours. And we have discussed with Senator Diamond that new positions aren't included in our budget proposals at this point. If there's a decision by the legislature, then certainly we would be happy with that. But I think if we needed another body, it would be on the investigator side rather than the forensic side. And we can certainly support that with data, as I mentioned.
Thank you for that. My concern, I'm just writing, so sorry to be slow, instead of the forensic side. My concern, as you might imagine, is I don't want to take any money from the highway fund. Like, I feel really concerned about how strapped we are from our roads and bridges, et cetera, already. So if we need to think about staffing at the computer crimes unit, I want us to be cognizant of that, but I think we need to shift money somewhere else. So I just wanted to flag that. I don't know if other people on the committee agree, but thank you for that information. And I see Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am new to the committee, so I'm just getting my head around what the computer crimes unit does. So you said there's 1,100 tips. Like, what kind of things are people tipping off or that need further investigation? What kind of crimes are we investigating?
Yeah, and I hate to even discuss it. It's so terrible. It's the worst of the worst. This is child pornography cases. These are active offenders in our state. So the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC is kind of what they refer to it. NCMEC is the National Clearinghouse for tips around child pornography in particular. So that is, in many cases, people contacting them directly, as well as some of their investigative work there. They would look at an IP address as an example, and then send that out to the appropriate state based on the information that they have to follow up and do an actual investigation on that initial information. So then our computer crimes unit would then look at that and dive in to that next level and see exactly what's occurring, where it's happening. Can we, in fact, follow up on those IPs? And the amount of work that goes into those cases are certainly well worth it, but it is very labor intensive to focus on. One case may have one piece of evidence, one device. Another one may have 10. 10 hard drives, 10 stacks, 10. It just depends on what case you're dealing with in the specific. So hopefully that's helpful.
I had one follow-up, if I could.
Please.
So how many convictions, if I guess you had the 374 tips previously, how many convictions would you see coming out of that?
I have no idea actually, but I'm happy to look into that. So those are tips that come in, and then we would do an initial analysis. We assign those to investigators. The turnaround time on these things are oftentimes not quick, again, because of the forensic side of the house. But I will check into that and certainly circle back, sir.
Sure, thank you.
I see Representative Reckitt.
Thank you. I just feel a need to say something to particularly the the new members on this committee, or even the freshmen in the legislature, because when we went to the computer crimes lab to see the operations, it just totally blew me away. And I have to tell you that I'm still thinking about the case of one of the female investigators who figured out who and where this perpetrator of child pornography was, because she figured out which hotel chain had the same kind of wallpaper that was in the pornography. And I was just like, how does somebody get to that place? I mean, it was just phenomenal that she managed to do that. But to me, it's the whole piece of it is there is so much work in every single case. And it's so blessed and important that this be done. The children are just being horribly victimized. And that unit, this was back when we were trying to get the unit to be more than two. There were 2 investigators at that point, and now we're up to 4. And frankly, we could probably use 8. But in any case, the point is that the work is just incredibly important and very, very meticulous and very difficult. I mean, they have to look at this child pornography for hours at a time. I couldn't do it. I don't think many people could do it. And I just want to say that it's a really phenomenal unit at DPS. And I just want to pass that on to them, if you would, Commissioner.
I certainly will, Representative, and thank you for that. And I also should say, Representative Fluker, the other side of that, the forensic side of this, as you can imagine, even 10 years ago, a shoplifting case may not involve technology. But in 2021, every case we work on involves technology, whether it's video from a store or 5 cell phones that one individual is carrying, or specific warrants that are crime related for social media, and then all the way up through to homicides and those high level investigations. Everything we do, everything we touch now has a technology component, which again is common sense. But when you look at these backlogs for some of these cases, there's one reason that occurs.
I'd like to add something, if I may. That reminds me, maybe, after COVID, it is an interesting place to see in action and listen to the people. I don't know how they do this day in, day out, but what Representative Reckett said stayed with her. What stayed with me is that it's not just a Maine thing. They get notices from, I know, other states, maybe internationally, when they're investigating someone, let's say in New Mexico, and see some pornography with young children on their computer. They're able to determine that it originated in Maine or in New York or what have you, and they call up, and that's where, where does it start? And that's how it leads to an arrest. But that was fascinating. And of course, I'm not that tech savvy, but I found that the cooperation, of course, interstate is, and we benefit from that. And at other times, Computer Crime Unit is able to call Colorado and say, it fell in your lap. There are children who are being abused, and here's the tape. So interesting, very interesting. So maybe, I don't know if it's a tour, but those are things that we always talk about, computer crime, and I think members should have an appreciation of what goes on in there. So we'll try and do that.
Representative Sharp and then Representative Pickett.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm just curious if you've ever done any analysis where you could look at what, like Blue Sky, where you have such a backlog in the computer crimes area. What would it take to hold up that department where you are proactively investigating versus reacting to information coming through the pipeline? I was just curious if what would that department have to look like to be majorly proactive?
Yeah, we've certainly discussed that in the past, but I'm happy to freshen that up and bring it back to the group. So it certainly is a valid question. So I won't even guesstimate, but when Senator Deschambault mentioned, oh, we got 4 or Lois, we could use 8. I mean, you're talking about doubling and tripling, a unit like this in order to keep up with that 1,100 tips that they're getting, in 2020 and consistently climbing, right? That number is not going to go down. But let me do some additional work internally and we'll circle back.
Yeah, and honestly, it was more of thinking about the future and whether or not we should be looking at this as more of a larger project to fund if computer crimes is clearly going to be at the forefront of moving forward. So that was my only concern. It wasn't a matter of questioning the budget at all. More so as should we be thinking further down the line of how we could be proactive in these investigations, obviously as criminal justice, public safety.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the unit also has been successful with the task force style model that it has, right? So just because we don't have a plethora of Maine State Police detectives that are in that unit, but you have task force agents that really rounded up to 4 detectives total, with only one of those being a state police detective. But we'll certainly circle back. The force multiplier that task forces provide is certainly, a powerful approach to building out systems. But Lieutenant Ireland and his team with computer crimes think about these things every day. So I'll definitely reach out to Scott and see if we can get an answer for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point that might be interesting as well is the unit deals with the child porn and the missing and exploited children, but they also are a very big help to the local agencies in the state with other issues as well. I know while I was the chief in Dixfield, we used them several times, and they were a great resource to be able to help us to handle crimes and actually get to the bottom of them and clear them that we would have never, ever been able to do without their assistance. So they are a very major player in what we need. And I think we should do everything we can do to keep them not only in business, but to utilize them in every way that we can.
I appreciate you saying that, sir. I think that, one of the things that when people think about the Maine State Police as an example, they think about blue cruisers on 95, right? That's where they think, that's where they spend their time. But the reality is that the specialty component of the Maine State Police and the services that they provide to municipals and county agencies around the state are absolutely invaluable. Smaller agencies cannot have a tactical team. They will not have a dive team. They won't have accident and reconstructionists. They just don't have that capability. And the backfill that the state police provides, and I'll freely admit, is something that I've become more accustomed. I've seen more of that in the last 2 years. I appreciate it so much more now than I did in the past. I've learned a lot. The state police are a great team across the state. And back to computer crimes, they're also looking to replicate the system that they use for accident reconstruction. We have true subject matter experts that do accident reconstruction, and then they use their skills to help coach other accident reconstructionists around the state. And the Maine State Police are moving towards that kind of model again with computer crimes. Well, we can coach people up. We've got subject matter experts here. And if we can get some of that done and agencies that can fit it, not like Representative Pickett had just mentioned, that's not for everybody. But if we can get a couple additional bodies out of other agencies, it's just a force multiplier across the board. I would look at that as the exception, not the rule, based on staffing levels for the vast majority of agencies in Maine. But it's certainly just another tool, an innovative way that we're trying to expand that particular unit. So I appreciate it.
Great. So I've been getting a couple text messages that I'll share with the committee. one of our sheriffs has written to say that he hopes the committee understands how heavily non-state law agencies rely on the computer crimes unit. Also from the women at the computer crime lab, they invite us, they want us to come for a orientation, and they will, they'd be so happy to provide the committee with that. So I passed those two things along to you. Representative Sharp. Oh, okay. All right, so let's keep going. We have a couple more initiatives in here, unless there are more questions or comments on that. Doesn't look like there is. I am on computer crimes. I'm on reference 2268, which is page 40. This is a savings of $380 over each year of the biennium. Are we cool to move that in? Add it to the list?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
what page was that? I'm sorry.
I'm on page 40.
Okay.
I'm on reference 2268. It's a
Madam Chair,
yes,
you already did that one?
Oh, perfect. We're ahead of schedule.
You did 2268 and 2269.
All right, let's move on to consolidated emergency communications. Page 42. The first initiative here is number 2387. Provides funding to include 2 emergency dispatch system administrator positions in the special retirement plan. It is a cost of, in the first year, about $9,000, and in the second year, about $4,000. Anybody have questions about this one?
Why
Okay.
would we touch that? I don't understand why we would touch that.
This is an initiative that they've asked for our vote on. They've asked for our vote on. So I'm just asking, are you cool with it? And we'll move it in. It's a vote line. We have to do something with it.
So in the last session, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just in the last session, the Emergency Communications Division was moved into a different retirement plan. This is simply an oversight. We had 2 of these dispatch system administrator positions that should have been included, and they weren't. It was just a line, all the different titles, and they were not included and just needed to be added.
Senator DeChambeau, all set?
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a good explanation. Thank you.
Senator Searway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It says special retirement plan. Is there any difference? I know some have been going for age 55 and some are, and some are 25-year strictly. Is there any difference on this? Commissioner?
I'll have to circle back with you on, sir, that there's a number of special plans. One you're probably a part of, so I don't know exactly what this one looks like. This just came in the last session, and I should know that. That was a big move for our state dispatchers for recruiting and support as that first line of defense. That really that communication line that truly saves lives. I'm glad they received that support. I don't remember exactly what the specifics were, but we can certainly dig that out for you.
Oh, I have full appreciation. My daughter was a dispatcher for state police for 5 years. I understand.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's another example of inadvertently somebody being left behind and not being afforded the same opportunity as everybody else in that particular situation. So I think this is a no-brainer for me to move in.
And I'd second that too. Yeah.
So
Jane?
is
Oh.
Jane?
I think that I'm not trying to take sides on this or anything, but I think that the policy decision was made that these people qualify for this retirement plan. So this is just a matter of getting the funding in place that the legislature decided they were entitled to.
Everyone good on that one? Okay, so we'll add that to the list that we're gonna move in, and that was 2387. The next one is 2388, and this provides funding for an increase in legal service costs for the Office of the Maine Attorney General. And this is a cost of about 4,000, excuse me, over the 2 years. Commissioner, want to add anything, or anybody have any questions?
That's a 3-year average and a rate increase that, you know, they're just charging us more money for services. So not a lot going on there.
Perfect. Oops, Representative Pickett.
Yes, so the Attorney General this is one of these ones again where the Attorney General is charging you for services for to represent them. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And you're a state agency.
Yes, sir.
Something wrong with that picture.
Oh my God, it happens all across the board.
I know it does, but it's still wrong.
Jane? Okay. You and Richard both have your hands up still. So the special retirement plan, that's just, sorry, going back up to that, that's the plan that we're going to have a bill again, and we had it last year, for the computer crimes unit folks to move into that special retirement, right? Because as we just talked about, they deal with some of the worst of the worst.
There is a bill. It's the same bill, I believe. The only reason I hesitate is, yes, that is there. What special plan they're moving into, I'm not sure if it's exactly this one or a different special plan, but yes, there is a move afoot to go into a special plan.
Great. Thank you. I just wanted to highlight that for members. As we talked about some of the hardest of the hard work, I hope that we can this year finally move those folks into a retirement plan that allows them to retire at an earlier age. But not a discussion to have right now. I just wanted folks that are new. Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I think I'd like to hold back on this 2388. I want to dig down that a little bit deeper.
Okay, we're going to hold that aside. I'm moving on to page 43, and this, oh, whoops, excuse me, Representative Reckitt.
It's not that I'm not in agreement with Representative Pickett. It's that the picture, the one that makes me crazy is DAF's. Whenever and the tech people, I mean, that has to be charged to the departments. So, you know, I'm in agreement with you on your overall issue, but I think that focusing on this one, to me, doesn't make any sense right now, because not a damn thing we can do about it. But but I agree that it's not rational, and it's a function of this crazy way we budget this state. But I think it's a question a lot broader than the AG legal fees. It's you know, it's a way more than that. So that's all I just wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm now on the top of page 43, and I'm looking at reference 2389, provides funding for in-state travel in the Consolidated Emergency Communications Program. And this is a cost of about $9,000 a year. Anybody have any questions? Want to hold it aside, or are you good to add this one to the list of move-ins? Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes, just if we could have a brief explanation of it again, please.
Yeah, absolutely, Representative. So this particular bucket, there's a couple aspects of this. For Maine DPS, The emergency communications, we have 3 centers that we're responsible for: Holton, Bangor, and then Augusta. So there are times when our Holton team may come down to Augusta to receive some kind of training. If that's the case, there may be an overnight stay, probably for obvious reasons. And then there are other aspects of this that for the staffing levels in each of those centers, it may make sense for us financially to ask a dispatcher from Bangor to work in the Augusta Center, where we have some vacancies on a regular basis. It may make sense to actually ask somebody to do that in a financial sense than it would be to just try to hire and force additional personnel here in the Augusta Center. So this does cover training opportunities as well as overtime to move people around to try to fill vacancies as needed.
All good, Representative?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner, just because you mentioned the 3 centers, et cetera, and it reminded me that I have this question about the 3 centers, and I see that Director Brody is also, Director Hinckley, excuse me, is also here with us. What level of data do you track from, so you get a call, you have a 911 call, and it's dispatched to one of 3 places: fire, rescue, police. What level of data do we have about the results of those calls?
So very limited data. I think we received a request on the 23rd of February from Jane, reference to the 911 conversation that we've been involved with, that Representative Morales has been leading. So there's a 911 component for the Maine State Police that we can track one of the 3 criteria that was asked. We can track 911 data versus arrests. We can't track 911 data versus hospitalizations. And then there's a third one that's also here in my stack for 911.
Referral to crisis, referral to mental health agencies.
Thank you very much. So that is not another category that is currently in their check down boxes. So they were able to dig in, and it's 7,700 and so 911 calls that the Maine State Police, as an example, receive on an annual basis. So we're currently digging in on that list right now to come back and give some information. I think we had a 2-week timeline to get that. I was working on that just this morning. That's this document. And trying to figure out exactly how we closed out that 7,789 calls to 911 in 2020. So I don't think we have enough data across the board. And we certainly, based on talking to the pros here, don't have a lot of information in reference to behavioral health crisis transports or hospitalization.
I think even the arrest data gives us a lot of information. So what we know, FBI says that across the country, less than 10% of 911 calls result in an arrest. So less than 10% of 911 calls across the country result in arrest. So it's interesting, like, what's happening with the other 90%.
Sure.
And when I looked at the data that South Portland, Portland, and Westbrook gathered in response to use of force and things that were happening this summer, they're all consistently about 3% of their from the calls for service to arrest is about 3%. So we are, not just myself, a bunch of us are trying to get our arms around, I think you get the picture, right? How, we've got all these 911 calls. How much is actually being used, by the folks who have the arresting power? So even if you can't give us the hospitalizations and the mental health referral, just the arrest is helpful to understand who was the appropriate person to reply to that call.
Yeah, and I completely understand the question. I read your op-ed as well. I was a little confused. It said Portland 80,000 911 calls. It's probably 80,000 calls for service. Maybe it's not. I didn't see the data. And then they came back with 3%. So I would be curious to see what that looked like.
Should have been calls for service.
Yeah, because they're not going to get 80,000 911 calls. But if it's 80,000 calls for service, that's about right. Average, a little higher. The highest I'd ever seen was about 85,000. So 80 is pretty accurate. And that would be a different breakdown because their calls for service analysis will include officers being proactive and, you know, hitting the streets versus 911 calls.
I had it broken down. Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. So for us, that's exactly what I'm working for. I think I can get 1 of 3 for sure.
Thank you.
We're just trying to dig in on the 911 calls and definitely going to get that back to you because I do think that we're in that 3% range as well. That was some preliminary information. There's exceptional closures of cases, which I'm also interested in to see if that bumps us up to closer to 4%. But we are actively working that, and I will get it back to you as soon as we have it completely worked out.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Senator Searway.
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I realize how stressful it is for dispatchers and how much overtime they put in. And I can realize the need for this funding for the training and also there is quite a distance that some of them have to go to get trained or to fill in a shift when they are short and nobody wants to be all by themselves dispatching as many calls that comes in for the public safety. So they really need this little avenue to fill in those gaps. So I'm all for this. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I think we decided we were going to move this one in. Am I right? 2389, it's the travel. Okay, looks like I don't have any questions about that. Next one is reference number 2390. And this is also funding for DAFs and OIT. Anybody have questions about this or want to set this aside, or are we cool to put this on the list to move in? Okay, looks like it's cool. So we'll move this one in. Okay. Next one up is reference number 2391, provides funding for an increase in stay cap charges. I have no idea what that is. Commissioner, you want to tell us what stay cap charges are?
Actually, I would love to bump that one over to Kendra to walk us through, and hopefully Kendra's right there to discuss stay cap.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
I'll try to get a video on. Hang on just a moment. Good afternoon, everyone. So how's everybody doing?
Great.
So stay cap is a fee charged to run some state services. I think like the controller's office and different bureaus that serve everyone across the state. And the reason this increase is so significant this time is because in FY19, the state cap rate that we were charged was 1.790%. And it's basically charged on almost the whole budget for the Consolidated Emergency Communications. And that rate has gone up to 3.975%.
Wow.
So if you just look at the difference of that, so almost 2.2%, and charge it against their budget, that's where you come up with that significant increase. But it is just for the cost of running certain services that take care of everybody statewide.
What was Madam Chair, what was the, what did it go up to? 3.97 what?
975.
Thank
Representative. You're welcome. And I will get you an official write-up of state cap and all the different areas that it covers and send that around when we have the information, because that's one you'll probably see again and again where the rates have increased.
That would be really helpful. And how about if for this one, you guys, we set this one aside so that we can just get the information. Okay, I'm just gonna set that aside since we know information's coming. Next up is page 44. It's reference number 2392. It's provides funding for clothing and employee training for the 2 years. It's about $6,500 each year. Everyone all right with that? Looks like we are. Okay. I'm moving on. So that took care of the consolidated communications. And next up, we are at the Criminal Justice Academy. The first initiative is reference 2303. Okay, I'm going to set this aside. It's also STACAP. We have a savings in office supplies. Wow, that's serious. $4,379 in office supply savings. I assume everyone's all right with adding that to the list to move in.
What page you on?
I'm sorry. It starts on page 45 and ends on the top of 46.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Representative Warren, before we go too much further, Brody Hinckley had added some of that retirement language in the chat around specific to emergency communications. I know we're moving to different programs, but I wanted to throw that out there. So pretty clear cut, Brody's explanation. So thank you, sorry.
Great, thank you. Everyone check that out. The 1998 special plan for Maine State retirement. Thank you. Okay, so I'm now moving on to page 47. And I'm looking at initiative reference number 2395, provides funding to meet the current technology rates set by DAFs and OIT. It's about $2,500 a year. Looks like we're okay with that one. 2396 continues a public safety inspector 3 position. So this is the continuation of a position. Commissioner, could you give us some information about this?
Yeah, sure. This is the continuation of an initial financial order that we implemented last year. As some of you may remember, MUBEC, the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code, that has moved all over the planet for state government over the years. That is now housed back with the Department of Public Safety under Director Rich McCarthy, who does an amazing job there. This position actually allows us to facilitate that process. So we are training code enforcement officers around the state with this individual. And we had initially paid for it through a financial order through fees that we collect for trainings. And now this is moving this over just to a different line to finalize and implement it, full time.
Great, thank you. And I think this is where Representative Rudnicki saw such an increase in the state fire marshal office, is because this whole program had moved over there. I'll start with Representative Lookner, then I have Representative Rudnicki and Representative Costain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this, I'm just trying to make sure I'm reading this correctly. This is just a salary for this one inspector position. Is that 96K?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
91 and then 96, yeah.
Yeah.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said that this has previously been funded by fees collected. So what are the fees going to be used for now? I mean, are you still going to be collecting the fees, or how is that going to work?
Yeah, it is a super question. I think that's probably more terminology based than not. We use a financial order to pull money out of an account to pay for that position for essentially a partial fiscal year in the last session. And now it will move into special revenue funds, which is exactly the same spot that we put our fees, right? It's just one wasn't necessarily in the budget cycle, and then this one would be moving it into the special revenue fund account. So that's the differentiation between the two, if that's helpful.
Is it an actual new position from last year, or is this a position that's been ongoing and it's just a shift of where the money's coming from?
The position was filled with that financial order, and I would describe it as a shift. That's correct. But just keep in mind, with state terminology, it was under a financial order, so it didn't count as a head count officially, which is why we're describing it as a head count here under the special revenue fund. Kendra, do you have some more follow-up? Did I screw that up?
No, I do it. You are hitting it on. So we've been paying for this the same way all along with these other special revenue funds, but we have to go through the legislative process to get approval for a new position. So really there is no change. We take the money in, that will pay for this. It's not going to hit the general fund, but we need approval for the position to be created. Does that help?
Representative Rudnicki, all set on that? Okay, thank you. I have Representative Reckitt and Representative Costain. Jane, did you have, sorry, Jane?
Can I just confirm, is this a new position to state government, or was this a position that was in the state planning office and it was moved? I mean, it wasn't really moved, but in effect it was.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. That's exactly what it is. I remember the discussion.
I'm thinking this is a new position, but I think we'll have to look and make sure for you, because it may have been a previous, but it's new to this department and it's been funded through a financial order process, which didn't have an official position to go along with it. So.
Okay, let's set this aside. Definitely, we're going to take questions, but I just want to say we're going to set this one aside so we can get their information. Representative Reckitt.
Just saying, when we had all those discussions about MUBEC in this committee last year and the transfer of the responsibility to DPS from the planning department, unless there's been an increase in staff, and I don't think there was, I think that's what this is, but I'd be happy to wait for the.
Yeah, I think we requested a position to support this in the last budget, did not receive it. So we had to go with a financial order because we can't run MUBEC without a body. So, you know, we used the financial order to do it on the short term. And now it's the same bucket of money. It's just different terminology with the state. Financial order on the front end. And now in order to get approval for a head count for an actual position, we need to bring it through this process.
Okay, so we're going to set that Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I recall that conversation last year, I thought this position was going to be paid for by the fees. That's why we set the fees. This money was going to come in and it was going to be paid for by the fees. So is that in fact what's happening? The fees are going into a pot and then this is coming out of that?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what, in this particular instance, other special revenue means, is that's other special revenue is fees that we are collecting through the trainings that this person is actually facilitating. So that is absolutely correct. This is being paid by the fees that we discussed last year.
Thank you.
Good question. Good. That brought it all into focus for me. Okay, everyone good? We're moving on to page 48. And it is reference 2397. This is maintenance and support cost for agency licensing management system and technology for online certification and licensing processes. It's about $7,900 each year. Questions here? Everyone good? We'll move this one in. Okay, great. All right, well, we did a bunch of initiatives. Remember that our plan was to stop at 3. Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So on the last one, where we had questions on how it was being funded and so on and so forth, we still want to wait on that one, or were we okay to move in after we got the answers?
I had set it aside, but if everyone else is good with it, I'm good with adding it to the move-in list.
Yeah, that was my only question, was how it was funded, because I recall this when Representative Castaigne brought that up. I recall that as well, that it was supposed to be funded through the fees. So that being said, we're just moving that. I would have no problem. I don't know if there's anybody else with heartburn, but I'd have no problem moving it in.
Yeah, Dan cleared it up totally for me. So everyone good on moving that one in then?
What's that?
Oh, it's the one we were just talking about, 2396.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Tell her.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would like to talk to my caucus about that one a little bit more. So if you could set that aside, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, you got it. Okay, we'll leave that one set aside. You're welcome. Okay,
Excuse me,
so
excuse me, I didn't hear what it was setting aside.
it's that same one, 2396 on the bottom of page 47. It's
Yeah,
the
okay.
position.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then we
Want
did.
to recognize me so I can add something
I'm
else?
sorry. I do. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, back to, and this is for Jane, the page 38. I think it's reference number 2296. And that's that information technology. I was uncomfortable, but since that we've seen 6 others the same, everybody said go in except me. Well, go in. So that's 2296 on page 38.
Okay, everyone else good with that one? Sounds like it. Okay, great. You're welcome. Representative Pickett? All good. Okay, great. So we had made a plan to stop at 3. I don't think it does us any good to start something new, especially as large as the discussion around Drug Enforcement Agency. How about when we come back to the DPS schedule again next time, which it looks like, Commissioner, you are with us again March 8th at 1 p.m.
Yes.
We'll start off, if you folks have the information that's been requested, we'll start off by just going through and clearing up anything that sort of was left today. If you don't have it by then, we'll just move to other parts. That's no big deal. But just to give folks a set of what we're going to work on. Yeah, Jane.
Just on Monday, the Department of Public Safety is due back with you at 1 o'clock. We had listed first because we thought we could kind of bump them off quickly. MEMA and the Fire Protection Services Commission. I think they were hoping to be handled first and then the rest of the department.
Great, let's do that. They're pretty small, yeah. So let's do MEMA and the fire protection. And then there's that like little section of state police, but we'll just do that with the rest of DPS. Those other pages that were in in transportation, we'll do those with the rest of state police. So yes, let's do fire protection and MEMA and let those guys just be here at the beginning, right at 1. And then we'll work through the rest of it on Monday at 1 after that. Does that make sense? Commissioner, is that good for you? Make sense?
Absolutely. No, that's great. The only question I had, did you have somebody from the commission that was going to attend and speak to that? Or I presented the budget, which I don't think has any initiatives, but maybe they're attending or presenting.
I sent an invitation to them. It's $2,000 a year, I think, and
yeah, something low level for sure. Yeah,
there's no change. But I have not heard back from them.
Okay.
Is that Dan Brooks?
Yes.
Yes, he's still the president of the commission.
Maybe we'll ask him again if he wants to. I mean, only if he wants to. It's not a big initiative, but if he wants to be here, he might want to be.
Okay.
Anything else from folks Commissioner, we're giving ourselves a little bit of a lighter day since Monday was such a heavy day. So
Incredibly smart, by the way. You deserve it. Take it when you can get it, right? Put it in the bank right now.
not just a hat rack, my friend, not just a hat rack.
Not that we
Everyone-
need it. Not that we need it, Madam Chair, but I would make a motion to adjourn.
Wonderful. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes, all right. Thanks,
Awesome.
everyone, for your awesome work. See you
Thanks,
on
Ms. Jeff.
Monday.
See you later.
You, bye.
Everyone have a good weekend, because this will
You
be it
too.
for us here.
You too.